as our district's stellar students. Congratulations. And we'll do a picture right here.
Oh. Okay.
Congratulations again.
Before we move on to the next item, I did want to announce that we have the presence of another elected trustee in our audience. Trustee Tony Perez, can you please stand? Thank you for coming. From Elk Grove Unified School District. All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, 3 resolutions were passed unanimously by all 7 board members, and these were resolutions 2015-16-E, resolution of non-reelection of probationary certificated employees, resolution 2015-16-F, resolution of non-reemployment of temporary certificated employees, and the third resolution, 2015-16-G, resolution of release of certificated administrators. Those are all the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. You gotta move. Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. We have adopted our agenda. Item 7.0, public comment.
We have 9 comments on item 7.0. I'll read our first 4 names. If folks can please line up behind the microphone in the order you're called. Flor Pedraza. Alba, I believe it's Gaindo. Is that correct? Thank you. Alvaro Gaindo and Teresa Hernandez.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Flor Pedraza, and I'm here to talk about some issues that are going on in Luther Burbank High School. As a parent, I'm kind of concerned, and the way that it's going to affect a lot of the students too. So I'm just going to go through my letter here. And I was on the site council 3 weeks ago, and they started mentioning about that we're going to lose 6 teachers. And that was really disappointing, and why we're going to have to lose those 6 teachers. And I believe from my point of view as a parent that will be really catastrophic for our students. In many ways, the classrooms will be packed with more students, and as a parent, I believe that they're not going to be focusing as they should be in class. And also we were told that Luther Burbank class that the grant, that's QEIA, so that the school will be on balance for the next school year 2016-2017. So I'm here to ask for your support and give the students of Luther Burbank what they deserve and don't allow it to lose any more programs and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alba Galindo.
Good evening, my name is Alva Galindo.
El motivo por el cual vengo es porque estoy muy preocupada por el próximo recorte de maestros.
And the motive I come here is because I'm worried about the cuts of the teachers,
con los cuales tanto mi hijo como muchos más se van a ver afectados.
like my son and many of the students that will be affected.
La escuela Luther Burbank es la única que cuenta con el programa IB.
The Luther Burbank School is the only one who got the IB program.
Al hacer estos recortes, no solo los estudiantes de Burbank se van a ver afectados, van a sufrir las consecuencias.
To do these cuts, not only the students of Luther Burbank will suffer the consequences,
sino también todos aquellos estudiantes que están interesados en este magnífico programa de calidad internacional.
but all the students that are interested in this international program.
Señores, yo les pido por favor que nos escuchen y nos apoyen
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please listen to us and support us
para que estos maestros no se vayan de nuestra escuela.
so these teachers then don't leave our school.
Juntos han hecho un trabajo excepcional y prueba de eso está mi hijo que pertenece a este programa.
All together are doing an exceptional work, and to prove it is my son that is in this program.
Good evening, members of the board. I come to collaborate as a Luther Burbank student on what my mom and other parents are asking for. Please support Luther Burbank High School so we won't lose any more valuable after-school programs, as well as many other teachers. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Teresa Hernández y también vengo a pedir su apoyo para la escuela Luther Burbank, que es donde dos de mis hijas asisten.
Good evening, my name is Teresa, and I come to ask you your support for Luther Burbank School, where my two daughters come to school.
Y como ya han escuchado, el próximo año escolar,
And like you heard, the next year,
si el presupuesto no alcanza, perderemos a varios maestros.
if the budget misses, we will lose various of our teachers.
Pero lo más lamentable es que dentro de este recorte también se perderá el asistente de maestro bilingüe en español.
But the sad part is that in these cuts, we will lose our assistant, bilingual assistant teacher in Spanish.
Y hago énfasis en este idioma, ya que la escuela Luther Burbank cuenta con el más del 20% de hispanos.
And I emphasize in this language because the 20% of our students are Hispanic,
rebasando así el porcentaje que la ley requiere para que una escuela cuente con este servicio.
and they're past the percentage that the school uses the services.
Señoras, señores, ustedes todos los que tienen el privilegio de hablar el idioma inglés, que es universal,
Ladies and gentlemen, you that got the privilege to speak the English, the universal language,
ustedes pueden expresar sus sentimientos, ideas, necesidades, contestar y hacer preguntas.
you can express your feelings, your ideas, your necessities, and answer all your questions.
Pero para todos los que no lo hablamos, estos son lujos que no podemos tener.
But for those who do not speak the language, we cannot give us the luxury.
Imagínense si esto me afecta a mí como adulto.
Imagine that this is affecting me as an adult.
Para todos aquellos jóvenes que vienen con la ilusión de ir a la universidad,
To those young men and young ladies that got the illusions to go to the university,
va a ser frustrante
it's going to be frustrated.
y se los va a impedir la barrera del idioma por falta de presupuesto.
And it's going to be impeded by the language and the budget.
Yo les pido una vez más su ayuda para apoyar a estos jóvenes que
One more time, I
representan
ask you for your support
a estos jóvenes
to
que
to
representan
these young people who represent us
el futuro.
and represent our future.
Hoy ellos dependen de nosotros
Today they depend on us,
y mañana nosotros dependeremos de ellos.
and tomorrow we will depend on them.
Con eso yo no estoy diciendo
With this, I'm not saying
que los otros maestros no son importantes.
that the other teachers are not important.
Todos ellos representan la escuela Luther Burbank,
All of them represent the Luther Burbank School,
la cual tiene una gran variedad de estudiantes.
which have a diversity of students.
Y estos maestros son los que representan las minorías,
And these teachers represent our minorities,
que son los hispanos y los
which is the
afroamericanos.
Hispanics and the African Americans.
Gracias por su tiempo. y
Thank you
buenas
for your
noches.
time and good evening.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez, hold on one moment. I believe you have a board member.
Momento.
Gracias a los padres y estudiantes para venir aquí en nuestra junta ahora. So thank you for our parents and our students for coming to our meeting today. And if you want to translate to them, it's fine.
Gracias a todos los padres que vinieron a esta noche.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that Luther Burbank finds itself in its precarious position.
Desafortunadamente, esta escuela Luther Burbank se encuentra en esta precatoria circunstancia, en esta situación precaria.
And it's because of the great job that Luther Burbank does.
Es por el gran trabajo que la escuela Luther Burbank hace.
We've lost some funding because
Hemos perdido fondos.
Because we've been able to be so successful at redesignating English language learners,
Porque hemos tenido éxito en redesignar a aprendices del inglés,
which created a loss of funding.
que ha creado una pérdida de fondos.
But we know all too well
Nosotros sabemos muy bien
that Luther Burbank is a school that accepts all students from
que la
everywhere,
escuela Luther Burbank acepta a todos los estudiantes
and that we have a population of students
y que
that
tenemos
currently are
una
there
población de estudiantes que están al corriente ahora,
that speak no English,
que no hablan inglés,
that they come from another land,
que vienen de otras tierras.
and that Luther Burbank has opened their doors to these students.
Y la escuela Luther Burbank ha abierto las puertas para todos estos estudiantes.
And I hope that this board finds it in their hearts
Y esperamos que el consejo encuentre en sus corazones,
that we can open our hearts and minds to
podamos abrir nuestras mentes y nuestros corazones
give
Para darles
Luther Burbank the funding that it
a la
needs
escuela los fondos que necesitan
so that it can continue to be
para que puedan continuar
the excellent school that it is,
la escuela excelente que es,
and that we can continue to have it be a source of pride,
que podemos continuar con ese orgullo,
that even the president of the Sacramento State University,
y aún el presidente de la escuela de la
Sac State
universidad,
University,
de la Universidad de Sacramento,
talks about nationally
habla nacionalmente
about how wonderful the students who graduate from the IB program
de que los estudiantes que se gradúan del programa IB,
and how they need the least amount of remediation,
que tienen la minoría de
like,
remonición,
coming into the university.
llegando adentro de la universidad.
Yes, and that's a source of pride for this
Y
entire
ese es
district.
el orgullo de
Thank
toda la
you.
escuela. Gracias.
Queremos seguir continuando en tener ese orgullo. Gracias.
So we continue. Represent.
Thank you.
Our next four speakers on item 7.0 are Caroline Cabias, I believe, Christian Terrell, Mark Hall, and LaShanya Brazel.
Thank you.
Well, hello.
President Pritchett, board members, superintendent. My name is Caroline Cabillas, and I am the co-chair of the 16th Annual Cesar Chavez Youth Leadership Conference being hosted by the University of California at Davis on April the 9th. You recently received our letter asking for the district's continued support for this important event. We consider this event an investment in our students and in our community. As you know, access to higher education and higher paying jobs affects not only the standard of living for our students and their families, but also our communities. This conference is intended to make information known to students who might not otherwise consider college, for the most part due to lack of information and or financial resources. The conference draws primarily financially disadvantaged students and students of color. However, all are welcome, including parents and counselors. The conference has mandatory workshops for all attendees on the UC and CSU admission requirements, the community college enrollment process, and financial aid resources. We have workshops on career opportunities in engineering and computer science, legal, medical, and other fields. The college fair is represented by all of the UC campuses and other public and private colleges. Tonight, we ask your support short-term for the following. Announce the conference to the students to register as quickly as possible. Make resources available to students who don't have access to register. Assign school coordinators who can register your school's preliminary information on an estimated number of students who might attend. That's for our planning purposes. And make transportation available to the UCD campus. More important, long-term, we ask that you commit your support for an investment in your students and your community by ensuring that this conference is included in your annual budget process. I'll wind up quickly. We look forward to strengthening our relationship with your district by working more closely with the superintendent. We invite you to join us along with Superintendent Martinez and other elected officials on the 9th. And lastly, we thank Board Member Wu for noting this conference at an earlier board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, and Superintendent Banda. Thank you for having me speak tonight. My name's Christian Terrell. I attend Sacramento High School. Next year, I'll be attending UC Santa Barbara on a full ride athletic scholarship. And thank you. But for the moment, I just want to focus on ending my high school career with the state championship title. And as you may know, the section playoffs are well underway and getting into full swing. And I wanted to come tonight to invite you guys to the section championship, which will take place Saturday, March 5th at Sleep Train Arena. The following teams from the Sac City School District will be playing for a section championship this Saturday. And at 11:30 a.m., in Division 4, girls West Campus will play. In Division 4, for boys, West Campus will play at 3 p.m., and then in Division 2, Sac High will play at 4:30 p.m. Thank you, and I hope to see you at the game.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, and Superintendent Blanda. My name is Mark Hall, and I'm a parent of 4 children who have attended Sac City schools. I have a daughter who graduated from Sac High in 2015 and is currently attending Sac State. And I have 3 younger children all attending PS7. There are great things happening in the school district and at our charter schools, as you were just invited to attend 3 section championship games on Saturday that will feature high school teams from Sac City. In addition to sports, I wanted to mention a few other highlights that showcase how far our students can go when we set high expectations for them. The Sacramento Business Journal did a report on acceptance rates to University of California systems for all high schools in Sacramento for the class of 2015. 2 of the top 3 schools were Sac City charter schools, the Met, and Sac High, both of which had over 80% of students accepted who applied to UCs. The board also had a presentation in November titled Annual Review of Academic Achievement, and one data point that was looked at is how students do after they leave district schools in regards to attending college. For the class of 2014, 29% of graduates went on to attend a four-year college from all district high schools. This report did not specify high schools. However, at Sac High, 56% of students went on to a four-year college from the class of 2014, nearly double the district average. Sharing these highlights with the board, it is my hope that you will continue to support students and successful programs like the ones mentioned here today. One action you could take as a board is to ensure that students have equitable facilities by providing equal bond funding to schools. Currently, there is $123 million in bond funds allocated to 9 school sites identified in your Measure Q. Sac High is one of these 9 schools, yet it is only being allocated $1 million, while other schools are being allocated $10 million. Given the student results shared tonight, I urge the board to consider increasing the investment in Sac High. I have a daughter who is striving to attend Yale. She just came back from a field trip at Stanford as a junior, she's in 8th grade, and she was taking theater. We have a theater on the campus that holds about 1,600 people. If you charge $5, that's $8,000 that can come into the district. But that auditorium is condemned. So again, we ask you to and urge you to look in giving us equitable support so that we can sustain our program for Sac City Charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Pritchard, Superintendent Bonda, and Vice President Ryan. My name is LaShanya Brazil, and I'm here on behalf of the Black Parallel School Board Executive Board member to give you upcoming agenda items for BPSB. First, on Saturday, April 2nd, 2016, the Black Parallel School Board will be hosting an education forum titled 21st Century Education and Its Impact on African American Students. Second, on this past Tuesday, March 1st, Black Parallel School Board participated in an all-day pre-conference for parents hosted by the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators. Lastly, many of us, including BPSB, are encouraging Sacramento School District to formulate a new effective master plan for recruiting and supporting young African American teachers in our district. Moreover, our district history and retention and support has been very poor for teachers of color. We would like to partner with the district to see how we can grow our own teachers from the students in our community. We need bilingual teachers and teachers of color from the community. And lastly, I will finish up by stressing that we need to move our district into a 21st century multicultural education system, a high-quality, cultural responsive, and community-based learning community. Again, thank you, Ms. LaShanya Brazil with the Black Parallel School Board.
Thank you, Ms. Brazil.
We have 3 final comments on item 7.0 from Brian Nelson, Vanessa Gillette, and Darlene Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Brian Nelson. I am a parent of a former and current McClatchy High School student athlete, and I wanted to bring to your attention the condition of the athletic facilities, the track and field facilities at McClatchy High School. I thought it would be an opportune time, given that you recognize this evening the cross-country team of McClatchy and their success. About half of that team also runs track, and they run on the track at McClatchy High School, and I wanted to bring some pictures to give you an illustration about the condition of the track. There are about roughly 70 students that compete with the space out on the track, and it's quite difficult when it's dry. During the winter and spring season when it rains, they can't run on this track for weeks until it dries out, and when it does dry out, it's rutted and causes great risk for injury to the student athletes. And of course, it's not available to just the teams, but also PE students as well. So I just wanted to let you know that the condition, I know it's difficult for you all to come out and see it. I wanted to bring the photos to you and let you know really what condition the fields are in, the facilities are in. So the track is in, as you can see, in terrible shape. The soccer field recently was deemed to be unplayable by the athletic director. So he's not allowing the soccer students to be playing on the field. They're making arrangements to play off-site. Further, with the field, the junior league football program, the league officials of that program won't allow the students or the players to play on this field. This is an example of how deep the ruts are on the field itself. Just want you to know it really needs your attention, and we want to ask when we might receive that from you. Regarding the soccer or the softball field, last week there was a sinkhole that was developed out of nowhere. A student walked into a sinkhole and fortunately was not injured, but it just is further evidence of how the risks are prevalent here. Finally, I just want to mention the baseball coach has informed me that he has concerns for his players as well as his competitors, and they have scheduled 27 contests, the baseball team throughout the community of the leagues, and he is only allowing contests to be played at McClatchy 7 of those 27 games. So again, finally, I just want you to know the condition of the. Can we move on to the next photo? So yeah.
You have to wrap it up, sir.
Yeah, I know, and I want you to see the rest of the
Thank
photos.
you.
So I just want to ask: are there any questions about what I have to say or the condition of the facilities? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'd look forward to your response.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vanessa Gillette, and I'm a parent of Matthias, who goes to Pony Express Elementary. And I'm here to ask the board, or if there was anyone who was neutral about the treatment of Matthias and myself. We don't feel very welcomed at the school. I've tried to talk to the principal, the teacher, and they've shut me down. I've called the ombudsperson. She kind of just doesn't help me. So my son, I brought a part of his IEP because he's expressed to me that he doesn't like going to the school. He has anxiety in the morning. He doesn't like his teacher. She's rude to him every day. The principal is rude to him. And I didn't know who to speak to or go see. So when I came here, they said, contact the ombudsperson, and I've contacted her, but she doesn't really help me. She just calls the school, and then I noticed that the teacher's more withdrawn, the principal's more withdrawn, and I can't get any help for him. I take him to school every day. I do all his homework, but there's just a lot of concerns about how far behind he is. He's at a kindergarten reading level, and there's no one to talk to there. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that and see if there was someone who could reach back to me about Pony Express Elementary.
Can you give me your name one more time?
Vanessa Gillette.
And we have a couple board members that wanted to talk. One moment. Member Cochran.
Actually, I'm not quite sure which board member has your school, but I know they're scurrying into their pockets and wallets right now or purses to get out their card and give it to you, because every single board member up here does not like to hear frustrations like yours. That being said, you're an extremely brave person to come up here and to express these concerns, and I am so happy that you did it, and you are going to be helped.
Thank you.
Vice President Ryan.
Board Member Cochran, I think, said it so beautifully. Thank you for being so brave in coming out and sharing your concerns tonight. And I'm very sorry that you're going through what you're going through. Your school is not in my area, but I would very much like to talk to you about how we can support you moving forward. I understand that when you're advocating for your child and not feeling like their needs are being met, there is nothing scarier or more frustrating in the world. So please know, I think you'll have several people following up with you and trying to help you with the situation moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson? You were waiting for your grand entrance right there.
Darlene Anderson, good evening. That presentation is real for a lot of reasons. The special education system in this district lacks services. The family that I worked with over the last year, finding out that the boy had only access to remedial 7th grade curriculum and remedial 8th grade curriculum. And how is it that a student in the 8th grade would not have access to the general curriculum and then have the curriculum modified after they found out the individual's learning ability? My son was cognitively disabled too, who is now above proficient in English and above proficient in science, and is reading at grade level and loves to read and is doing math and passed the algebra proficiency and passed the Casey. And that was because I pulled him out of SDC and put him in regular ed. If this district is unwilling to do the work for special education, I suggest every family pull their child out of special education and put them in regular ed, because the system is broken. The system is really broken when you allow teachers to determine what curriculum they'll teach and that they can focus on behavior. And the district supports the behavior, the detailed behavior reports, the willful defiance issues that go before the courts every day when a student is caught away from the site and in the public, and they get pulled into a jury trial and then or whatever. And then they want to look at the detailed behavior reports. Well, that's what the teacher said about them. And nobody has any input into how that detailed behavior report is written, except for the one teacher who's writing it against the student. It's really unfortunate that you would have an 8th grader reading at 2nd and 3rd grade level. It's unfortunate that the district does not follow that data. It is a responsibility when you take the federal dollars to ensure that all kids are making progress. It is part of the responsibility of this board. I am only one parent. I am willing to help any parent who comes to me and asks me for support. But quite frankly, it has to be the governing board who takes on the responsibility of looking at the data and understanding if all children are having the ability to access the general curriculum. And that is so important. So that's why I came tonight. I'll start there. And thank you for your tolerance.
Thank you. We have one more public comment.
We do have one final comment on 7.0 from Robin Rose Heyman.
Oh, but before we have a comment from Member Arroyo.
Yes, on this one last item, and it's really difficult to sit here and listen to the circumstances that are happening at our schools, and it's an endemic issue through the district. And I just want to commend Ms. Angie Sutherland. She comes here regularly to talk about this issue, and this is something that we really need to come to grips, to have a broader, honest conversation about how we are going to deal with it. Obviously, the district has been starved of resources. So the issue is, what else can we do, right? And so we need to work smarter. But I mean, if we really think about what it's within our hands, resources are limited. So we really need to then come to grips and figure out what else. I mean, how do we discuss this issue? And how do we address it in terms of conversations between staff, the board, and at sites? Because it's too common, too often that parents come frustrated because they're not being listened to, or the teacher's overwhelmed and they don't have the support systems. But I think that there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of information that needs to be provided to teachers in terms of professional development. This has to be a broader, deeper conversation from the top to the bottom about how we are to deal with students with special needs. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy solution, and there's no one magic wand that can actually take care of it. But I hope that we can start being honest with each other that this is a problem that we really need to start dealing with, because it's a regular occasion that we have people coming to the board. And I want parents to feel empowered to come to the board and say, this is not happening for my child. And unfortunately, we don't want it to come on a one-by-one case basis, but we need to start thinking about how do we systematically start addressing. And it starts with the acknowledgement that either we need better professional development, or that we need better training, or that principals need to know how to address these circumstances. Sometimes parents are coming to me and say, I'm trying to talk to my principal, and we're not getting, we're pestering, and then it becomes more of a tense situation rather than a helping situation. So I hope to engage Ms. Sutherland and other activists here in the district, parents that have been engaged for many years, to really start going beyond the words and beyond the meeting and beyond the superficial thing that, this is an issue that we need to address and really figure out, where do we tackle it? Do we tackle it at the principals meeting? How do we start percolating the information about IEPs, about 504 plans, about what is it needs to happen? We had Jessica Arriaga talk about a very difficult circumstance, and we continue to have parents come up, and I just don't want this to continue to be one-on-one cases and figure out and have either task force of the board with staff and parents and figure out what is a short, long, mid, and long-range goal in order to start addressing this, because this is not going to be taken care of overnight. Nonetheless, we cannot continue just to kind of think that we're going to do something about it and then be the same thing year over year, every year. Thank you.
Come on up now.
Good evening. My name is Robin Rose-Hamer, and I am president of 3rd District PTA. 3rd District PTA encompasses 8 local counties: Yolo, El Dorado, Nevada, Placer, Sacramento, Sutter, Yuba, and Colusa. I tell you all of this that 5,855 square miles are my territory. It's important to me to be here tonight because you have a unique resource in our district, which is the Sacramento Council of PTAs. I have to be frank with you and tell you that the Sacramento Council of PTAs is in trouble. They are in danger of disbanding due to lack of leadership. What does that mean for your district? That means that there is a loss of local leadership and direction. There's a loss of local competency within the district. What is important to the units within your district will become just 20 of the 179 units that I currently represent. And most importantly, as a former parent, all of my children are now matriculated through school and in college, but if I had a resource like the clothes closet that you had here that is run by your PTA, I would do everything in my power to save that. And I can guarantee you, as the president of 3rd District PTA, that we do not have the resources or the manpower to keep that going. So I wanted to make sure that I came here tonight and was very specific and authentic with you when I say that you have a choice to advocate and educate the parents that are within your district about what they need to do in order to save Sacramento Council of PTAs. There is a meeting that will be held on March 28th at the Parent Resource Center. And if you have people who are confused, don't know what it means to be a PTA leader, would like some support, want to ask questions, I will be present at that meeting and happy to do so. But I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware that they are voting to disband at that meeting. And so it's really important, if it matters to you about those local resources staying in this district, that you send representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Item 8.0, consent agenda. Can I get a motion? Thank you. Second? Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Item 9.0, communications. 9.1, employee organization reports. CSA. SCTA.
Waiting for the Elmo again. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Nikki Malevsky, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And I understand that you are trying to make extremely important decisions about the future of our district, and that the quality and veracity of the facts given to you are very important in your decision making. Your ability to make decisions is undermined when you are not presented with factual information from district staff. For example, being told by staff that SCOE stated they won't approve a 5% increase for teachers unless there are concessions in health benefits. We were told the same thing. Something we all know now is not true. But don't feel alone in being lied to. To make things worse, the superintendent emailed that untruth to all Sac City employees on your behalf. January 15th, 2015, there's a copy in your packet. We challenged that statement at the bargaining table. We asked for documentation and followed up with a legal information request asking for all dates, participants, notes, documents exchanged in meetings between representatives of Sac City, Unified, and SCOE in 14 and 15 through the present, in which salaries and benefits of teachers or certificated retirees was discussed, including how those salaries and benefits might be financed. Also, any letters, emails, texts, or other communications between the representatives, on and on and on. Basically asking for anything that would corroborate the statement made. So you'll see next in the packet the 4 emails in response to that request. They're in your packet. They are the only information received in response to that very broad request, along with the 2 public letters from SCOE. None of these even hint at what the staff has represented. As you witnessed, the significant misrepresentation was challenged by SCOE trustee Harold Fong when he was here at your meeting 2 weeks ago. What staff has been saying to you and what the superintendent wrote to all employees as though it were fact was basically that the entity that approves your budget, SCOE, and I quote, warned that any budget that includes a 5% salary adjustment without also addressing our unfunded liability will not be approved. That was what the letter said from the superintendent to all employees, except that wasn't it at all. That's serious untruth. That is a very, very serious untruth for you to be told by your staff. And you've been making decisions based on that untruth. Unfortunately, and the untruths don't end there. Increasing the number of administrators is an issue of serious contention. We presented a bargaining. We presented a bargaining and to this board many times a page directly from your budget as evidence of this increase. We had heard the staff's excuse that the 54 new administrators were really just a shift from one previously unrepresented management staff to being represented by UPE, or that these positions must just be backfilling. But if you read the words here in your budget document, it says management, supervisor, confidential FTE. It's not only admins represented by UPE, it's all administrators. It just is what it says it is, that the management, supervisors, and confidential FTE went from 190 last year to 444. The next 2 documents in your packet, which we just received from the district when we challenged the veracity of staff's excuses about the 54 positions, and asked for all the admins in the district by name, title, and pay, so it could be verifiable and transparent information. Those documents before you in your packet say that in 2015 there were 163 FTE, and in 2016 there were 175 FTE. And if you look closely at that document, these are all central office staff. You can see there's no site administrators listed. Think of how many that has to be. Every site has at least 1 principal. Many larger elementaries and secondaries have more than 1, and sometimes 5 admins. Do the math. It doesn't make sense. We still have a lot of unanswered questions. And when you talk about the budget, In conclusion, the staff at Sac City owes it to all of us to be truthful and above reproach with you and with us. Our ability to resolve this escalating dispute regarding our wage reopener and future negotiations can progress when decision makers, you and us, aren't dealt with honestly. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. SEIU? Teamsters? UPE?
Superintendent Bonda, President Pritchard, members of the board, I am Peter Lambert, principal at C.K. McClatchy High School and president of UPE, representing 145 site and district administrators. I am here tonight to express our thanks to the Board of Education, superintendent, and staff for the new climate within our district as it relates to March 15th notices. There was a time when our district would issue blanket March 15th notices to all administrators just to be safe. Over the past few years, the district has worked with UPE to monitor increases and decreases in enrollment to project a better picture of our district's hiring needs. During the school closures a few years back, we worked with your HR department to transition the potential layoffs into other positions. Historically, when employees receive a March 15th notice, they prepare accordingly by dusting off their resume and moving to other districts that can provide them with a more stable work environment. The result is the exit of talented administrators who move on through no fault of their own. They just want the security of ongoing employment. I am encouraged by our district's understanding that we must recruit, retrain, and retain the best and brightest administrators, especially those that are already here. We also want to thank the district and HR staff for the training in interest-based bargaining that we, along with our other labor partners, attended on February 11th and 12th, as well as the student-teacher recruitment fair on February 19th. At your next board meeting, we hope to present our UPE bargaining interests for the remainder of the 2015-16 bargaining cycle and the interests for the 2016-17 with hopes of agreeing to a multi-year contract. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much for coming out. Item 9.2, District Parent and Advisory Committees. Community Advisory Committee.
Good evening. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm the chair of the Community Advisory Committee.
Good evening. I'm Adrian Marino. I am a CAC student member.
And we have a few different updates for you, and you should have a packet in front of you as well. We're sharing our annual report with you, and so it's a summary of all of our advisory efforts and activities that we've done, and we hope that it will help you understand issues that students with disabilities and students who receive special education services are having, as well as to inspire different policies and planning. And we will be coming out with a new report for this year, probably drafted in July. I also wanted to speak on behalf of the CAC. We would like to invite a board member to participate in the CAC. Students with disabilities make up about 14% of our students. It's a very diverse group of students as well, crossing all of the different ethnicities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, foster youth, and English learners. So we would hope that somebody from the board would participate on the CAC, similar to your liaison roles on the other district committees. And we know that your time will be well spent, so we invite you to do that. I also want to let you know about some upcoming meetings that we have. We have a March 6th annual planning meeting. It's going to be from 5 to 8 p.m. at Espresso Metro, 2104 11th Avenue at Freeport. We also have an assistive technology workshop on March 15th from 6:30 to 8:30 here at Cerna Center. And our general meeting is March 29th, 6:30 to 8:30 also here at Cerna Center. And the topic for that will be anti-bullying. We also have someone coming, or we hope staff will be coming to talk about the district's strategic plan so we can give input on the second iteration of the plan. We also wanted to talk to you about priorities for anti-bullying and inclusive positive school climates. We're encouraging the district and the school administrators, teachers, staff, and students and parents to expand anti-bullying and inclusive measures at schools district-wide, including the empowerment of students with disabilities. A positive and inclusive school climate sets the stage and ensures equity and access for students to become college and career ready. There have been some studies conducted indicating the connection between bullying and developmental disabilities. All of the studies found that children with disabilities were 2 to 3 times more likely to be bullied. One study also showed that 60% of students with disabilities reported being bullied regularly, compared to 25% of all students. So Adrian would like to talk to you a little bit about the impacts of bullying. And we'll try to hurry.
Bullying can be physical or verbal, in person or through technology. But no matter what form bullying takes, the impact is real, interfering with a student's social, emotional development and school performance. We need to create inclusive environments where unique characteristics are embraced and students treat others with empathy. Sorry about that. We must be protective as dropout rates. We must be protective as bullying, social isolation can lead to serious consequences for students, including higher dropout rates, more incidents of violence in school, lower self-esteem, fewer friends, declining grades, and increased illness. Bullying can also lead to lifelong consequences, such as involvement in criminal justice system, mental health issues, and inability to develop relationships both for victim and students who are bullying.
So also, just want to point out that under Section 504 in Title II, schools must address bullying and harassment that are based on a student's disability that interfere or limit a student's ability to participate or benefit from services and activities. So if any bullying or harassing behavior interferes with the ability of a student with a disability to access these services, if uncorrected, it could constitute a FAPE violation. And so just wanted to point that out, that schools really need to be looking at this and trying to create more inclusive settings. With that, we are, as a CAC, interested in helping schools to come up with climate plans and also the district. So we would love to do that. We are working with Sam Branham right now. There was some incidents of bullying there, and the principal asked us if we would help him come up with a plan. So we are working on that, and this has actually been Adrian's goal for the past 2 years when he joined CAC to work on this, and we will give you an update on our progress with this. We're also working with the SELPA to invite district staff to a meeting to talk about equity and access. And we welcome collaboration and input, so thank you.
Thank you, and thank you,
Sorry
Adrian,
we went over the time.
Thank you, Adrian, for coming out and speaking. District Advisory Council. District English Learner Advisory Committee. Gifted and Talented Education Advisory Committee. Sacramento Council of Parent-Teacher Association. Oh, there you are. I didn't see you there.
Good evening. My name is Laurie Eels, and I am the president of the SAC Council of PTAs. As you heard, our third district was here earlier today on public comment to know that SAC Council might dissolve to lack of leadership. I'm here to seek your support. I do recall about 6 years ago we had Parent Leadership Academy where we had a lot of advocates come out from that academy. So I am really seeking some more support to see the parent pathways. I know there's parent engagement has a parent pathways that does create parent leaderships, to create a parent leadership in their schools. And I just kind of think back. It's like, well, how did I become involved? Well, through all those programmings that the district offered. Well, currently, we do not have a full board, a full SAC council board. We do have a great asset, the clothes closet. SAC council wrote up a grant, and we got a grant from the city for $3,000 to provide uniforms to our children at Sac City Unified School District. Doesn't matter if it's a PTA school or not, anyone is welcome to use the clothes closet. We have about 2 or 3 phone calls per week seeking uniforms. So that will be something that I'll be really saddened by not having that resource to our parents, to the most need parents. And that's what we're here for. And that's what I'm here for, to support those parents that are in need. So I really seek your support to try to get your parents that you know already in your area, just a similar way as you select your parents for the LCAP, you went and did the outreach to get those parents. The same thing that I'm requesting for SAC Council. If it's something that the district is really willing to invest. If not, then we'll just have to dissolve and disband SAC Council. And currently we have 30 units. 6 of them are not non-good standing due to their support at school. And I understand, as a PTA leader, when I was at the unit level, it's work. It's a lot of leadership work to do. And if you really want to do it authentically and do really your job as what the mission states to do, it's hard when you start bumping into, different kinds of leadership styles at the schools, because you really want to really truly advocate for the PTA. Some of these units are just fundraisers for the school. We're an advocacy group. PTA is an advocacy group. It's not a fundraiser machine. So if we have to dissolve in order to, get away from that, from that thing that, what they're thinking that that's what the PTA is about, then let's do it. And recreate again council as what really is PTA is about, advocating for our parents and for our students. So I want to thank you, and hopefully we'll be able to see, some of you there at March 28th, if not some parents. And if not, then we'll dissolve. Okay, thank you.
Hold on one moment, Ms. Reyes. Vice President Ryan.
So I had a couple comments. First, I wanted to address Angie Sutherland. So thank you so much for your incredible dedication to the district and your heartfelt words. And Adrian as well. I think you were such a strong young voice for talking about anti-bullying efforts. I appreciate what you said. I want to say that I really take to heart Angie's words about ensuring that we are being very intentional about our anti-bullying efforts and inclusive models and approaches to anti-bullying throughout the year. I'm proud that we were able to do a No One Eats Alone Day that 8 schools participated in, including Hollywood Park Elementary this year, which was growing from one school that launched the effort last year. But it has to be more than just a day where we talk about inclusion and caring for the people around us. It has to be part of the school culture, as Angie said, and I'm very eager to work with you to help make that happen. And then I'd like to address Laura. Laura and I had a chance to spend a good couple hours last night chatting through some of the challenges right now that the SAC PTA Council is dealing with. I think what you said is key, that there is a mismatch right now between parents at the school site level that are doing fundraising efforts to support the schools and really the empowerment that needs to happen for parents to feel they can take that next step into leadership and advocacy. And as I understand from talking to Laura and a few others, the Parent Leadership Academy used to be a pathway that included, as part of the training, coming to the board meetings so that you're demystifying the process and really feeling like you have a voice that can be heard, and that's not part of the current trainings any longer. I think we need to revisit that. I think that needs to be part of the skill building we're doing, because you're right. We're training parents to be advocates, not just for their children at a school site level, but also for all children at a district level. And there's a disconnect that's going on right now. And then just lastly, I want to mention, I know Anita's in the audience, and I really want to talk about the fact that, the closed closet has been the bedrock of the SAC PTA Council. Irrespective of what happens moving forward, we have to figure out a way to continue that closed closet. And to do it, I think, in a much more robust manner than we're doing right now. It needs to be accessible. It needs to be accessible on a regular basis assist our families that need it direly. And I know that that's not where we are right now. And frankly, particularly when we have dedicated individuals that have given their life to this work over the last few works, we need to just figure out a way to make it happen.
Well said, Vice President Ryan. And I just wanted to add that, as you know, I was a PTA president for a long time, and I understand the advocacy fully behind it. And I just want you to know that your work has not gone unnoticed. And I know that you probably feel that right now. So, anything that, us board members can do to help, I'll try to get some people from my PTAs in my area to that meeting in March. So
That'll be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 9.3, Superintendent's Report.
Yesterday was Dr. Seuss' birthday, which we celebrate in education as Read Across America Day. Many of our elementary schools staged read-ins and other activities to highlight the importance of reading. I had the privilege of reading Dr. Seuss' book, I Am Not Going to Get Up Today, to first and second graders at Bret Harte Elementary School. The one thing that, besides them being just good listeners, they were so attentive, but they were so enthusiastic to have someone to read to them, someone from outside in the community, which is a good reminder about the importance of reading role models for them. Children need to see adults in their lives that are reading and enjoying a good book. Dr. Seuss himself said it best when he wrote, "The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go." I want to thank Principal Lorena Carrillo and her team for putting on such a wonderful event for the students at Bret Harte. Lorena even convinced her teenage son to dress up like Cat in the Hat. And for a teenager, I know it's not an easy thing, but I got to tell you, that young man was a good sport and really added to that day. On Tuesday, I had the honor of participating in a discussion of another type of literacy, and this one was financial literacy. This was held at the state capitol. The discussion was part of a joint hearing held by two assembly committees, Banking and Finance, and the Select Committee on Youth and California's Future. The committees are exploring how to improve financial literacy programs in our schools and how to ensure that every student learns about money management. I testified with others in the education community and fielded questions from assembly members. Our message to the legislators is that financial literacy is a vital competency for students as they navigate college, career, and life. This is especially true for students in high-poverty neighborhoods where there are more check cashing facilities than savings banks, and where used card lots dangle these great deals at double-digit interest rates. Many of our families lost their homes during the mortgage crisis. Many of our parents lost their life savings with the financial collapse. So it's imperative that we help the next generation to avoid the pitfalls of the past. We have several strategies in place now that address financial literacy. Some of our economics teachers are using EverFi, a technology-based program provided free from U.S. Bank. We also have a promising program called Foundations for Success that came about from our partnership with Sacramento City College. It's a course our students can take for college credit that teaches financial decision-making and budgeting. The course is now being piloted at Health Professions High School. We're also very excited about the two courses that are offered to students at Hiram Johnson High School as part of their Corporate and Business Academy. Students in that linked learning pathway take classes in business, economics, and financial planning. Together, the classes give students a deeper look into macroeconomics as well as microeconomics, and also how the big forces of supply and demand affect everybody. As the state updates its history and social studies framework, programs like these can become models for other schools. Finally, I wanted to touch briefly on our ongoing negotiations with the Sacramento City Teachers Association. I know the emotions associated with this process are very real, and I understand completely where the feelings are coming from. I want you to know that the district also believes in providing just compensation to our teachers, but we also have a responsibility to protect the long-term financial health of our district. A staff letter was sent out this week with a negotiations update. We have also posted a page on our website that addresses questions and rumors and claims circulated about the district's finances. We will continue to provide updates throughout the process. I remain optimistic that we will be able to reach an agreement with SCTA. I have confidence in the process, And I thank everyone for their patience as we go through the process. This concludes my report.
Thank you. 9.4, President's Report. In the sake of saving time, since we're running late, I'm going to keep mine short. Yesterday, I also was able to attend Tahoe Elementary to read Click, Clack, Splish, Splash to a kindergarten class, which was fantastic. And it was a counting game that they were able to take place and count up and then count down from 10 up to 10 and down from 10. Also on Tuesday, I attended the Sacramento City Council meeting because they had an agenda item for the mayor's budget priorities. And our fourth R and START programs were listed on there as a priority for the council. So I went to speak on behalf of the district. And I just wanted to publicly thank Councilmember Eric Garrett, who's just been a leader for us on the city council. And that's all I have. Item 9.5, student member report.
Thank you, President Pritchett. So some updates with this Student Advisory Council is the executive board got these really rad shirts with our names on them that I'm wearing. And we also have applications out right now for the board for the next school year. And if anyone knows a student who'd be interested in applying for the executive board, please let me know afterwards, and I can email you the application. It has all the information in it about how to turn it in, what to answer, what all the positions are, and anyone who is in high school in SCUSD can apply. And so one thing I just want to touch on a little bit that I was thinking about a couple days ago is how a student's mental health. Oh, I forgot to do. Sorry. Okay. Is how a student's mental health is not always equated with physical health. And I want to make sure that like parents and teachers out there know that since we're getting in the last semester and soon will even be the last quarter of the year, that a lot of students, especially in high school, can come down with a lot of stress because there's a lot of pressure on them that they either put on themselves or others put on them, and it can kind of wear down on them and burn them out. And I personally think, others may disagree, that it is completely fine that if your student needs a break from school, that they can have a mental health day, because it's an excused absence if you're sick or if you're not physically able to go to school and to pay attention. And I think that includes if you have problems with your mental health, and that it's very important that students don't get burned out, because then they'll stop trying and they'll stop caring about their education. And I wouldn't want anyone to be like that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Item 9.6, information sharing by board members. Member Wu.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I just wanted to say quickly that on February 19th, I want to extend my congratulations to Ms. Stephanie Smith, a 3rd and 4th grade teacher at Oak Ridge Elementary School. She represented Sac City Unified at the Sacramento Kings versus Denver Nuggets game, and she was one of the 15 teachers that were honored at center court during halftime. Then also on March 1st, although yesterday was Dr. Seuss's birthday, I want to thank Miss Westenbarger for allowing me to read to her 4th and 5th grade class, and I read I Can Read With My Eyes Shut, and that was really, really hard, but at least it was a book that I had never read before. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Arroyo?
Thank you. I guess that would be President Hansen, I guess, now that you have the gavel.
Interim.
Interim President. Thank you, Interim President Hansen. Okay. No, just wanted to say a couple of comments. One of them in particular, I just wanted to limit to the presentation that was given on the Cesar Chavez Youth Leadership Conference celebration coming up April 9th. And the comments that I want to say is that when I was in high school, I'm the youngest of 6, the only one that got a college degree, not because my older siblings were not smart enough, I guess, primarily because the information was just not there in the family. And while I was in high school, I had the opportunity to visit a university because I just happened to be tagging along a friend who signed up for a trip, and he was more college bound, and so I tagged along, and that trip to that university changed my life because it put me in a place that I never had been before and allowed me to visualize myself going to a higher institution. And so the reason I'm bringing that story up is because for 15 years, Mr. René Aguilera has been working tirelessly to create a forum, a place, a youth leadership conference where universities, well, he will bring information about college and universities, financial aid, and so on and so forth. So he's creating the space where our students can gain valuable information. And I really want to encourage the board in supporting me and helping direct staff to work with them as much as possible to see how many students we can get there. The power of visualization is just too much to not take advantage of it. So any student that we can send to UC Davis and any student that we can expose to higher education at an earlier age, the more chances are that they can see themselves and striving towards that. So they were asking for opportunities for us to provide transportation or to figure out how we can communicate this information to all our sites so that maybe there's a person on site that can help recruit and sign up the students and RSVP them and attend. So I won't go through the details. They provided them to us, but I would really encourage the board if we can direct Mr. Gabe Ross in helping us disseminate the information and then figure out what else we can do as a district to ensure that as many students that we have here in the district that are interested in attending this wonderful conference can do so at UC Davis. Thank you.
Vice President Ryan.
Thank you. I wanted to share a few highlights of some things that are going on right now. First, next week we're going to be having a policy committee meeting where I'm going to be recommending support for two really essential bills that are moving forward through the legislature to address our teaching recruitment crisis. One is being authored by Senator Fran Pavley, which is essentially a bill that would allow for loan forgiveness for teachers, which I think is key as we try to incentivize more young people following this very important career pathway. The other is by Assemblymember Kevin McCarty and essentially would create a pathway for classified employees to become teachers. And as we know, so many are already the backbone of our school sites. It would be a natural fit. So I'm very much hoping that those bills will move throughout the legislature and that Sac City Unified will come out strongly in support of those bills. In addition, I had an opportunity to join a very important conversation around linked learning and creating connections, meaningful connections with our linked learning pathways and our regional employers. I happen to think that there is a huge opportunity for us to do linked learning pathways for teachers and to use that as another way to address the looming teacher workforce shortage that we have. But what I'm happy to share is at the linked learning convening, we talked about Launchpad, which is a new wonderful tool that has been created that will allow our industries throughout the Sacramento area to match with students in our linked learning pathways so that they have a work-based internship opportunity that's potentially life-changing, and many are paid. I advocated strongly for Sac City Unified School District students getting those internships, as often I see that our employers are recruiting from El Dorado Hills and Granite Bay when they're looking for interns who have been in linked learning type pathways. I also wanted to share that I had an opportunity to participate in something that we're doing in Area 7 called the Education Corridor Projects. We actually bring together principals from throughout Area 7 to share best practices, to talk about challenges, and to promote cross-collaboration. We were able to, about 9 months ago, start this whole effort by doing a bus tour where we went to each other's sites and had a chance to see firsthand what makes each school unique and how we might be able to replicate some of that work across Area 7 schools. And I'm very proud to say that our principals are engaging in dialogue. The next step is to get our teachers to do the same. We're probably going to do that work in the summer since it's very hard with everything we're asking of them during the school year. I, too, like many of our board members, participated in Read Across America. It's one of my favorite days of the year. I will tell you, had it not been for a mother that read to me consistently and gave me the opportunity to see the world through books, I don't know that I would be here today. I want to give a special shout out to Elizabeth Sturba, who both coordinated an incredible day-long of events at Bret Harte, but also at Ethel Phillips. One of the best events I saw in the district. I had a chance to read to a special day class where I will tell you the whole theme of Dr. Seuss, why fit out, why stand in, why try to fit in when you were born to stand out, was really brought home through these young people who were just so thrilled to have the opportunity to have a book read and to talk about the love of reading. Tomorrow I'll actually be reading at Ethel Phillips, and I also had a chance to participate in Hollywood Park Elementary and LDV's Read Across America Days. And then finally, just a couple quick updates. I wanted to share that the Studios, our Fremont Adult School partnership that we have with our nonprofit arts, has finally hired an executive director. I sit on the Studios board, and that executive director will work closely with the district to ensure that our educational benefits are realized, that we're being much more thoughtful than just tickets, but providing summer internship programs, that we're providing scholarships to summer training programs in the various arts programs, and we're really excited to be moving forward. And at Fruit Ridge, one of our other reopened community collaborative school sites, we now have 22 nonprofits in those sites. And I'm really happy to share that I was able to go out and support the launch of 2 programs last weekend. One, the Girls Self-Esteem Program, which is aimed at ensuring that our Black and Brown students around the Oak Park area have access to skills to build self-esteem and then contribute to the world. But also SWAG, which is strong-willed, able, gallant gentlemen, 4 to 18 years old, empowering our young men in the area to have a path to college, career, and life. And we're also very happy to share that we were able to get some funding to launch a women's and girls empowerment program at Father Keith B. Kenny in my school. I'll be helping to mentor and participate as part of that. It's called Shine. For those of you who know Gail Johnson, her motto to all of the kids at Father Keith B. Kenny is let your light shine. And so Shine will be a 10-week program that will be beginning at the beginning of April, and essentially will first help our young women, many who have pressures that we cannot even imagine, develop a sense of self-worth, and then after developing the sense of self-worth, a connection to community, and finally be given tools and a route to advocacy to be a voice for change. So that's my update. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm afraid I have a long list of items too. I guess we've all been busy board members, so I'll try to go through this as fast as I can. This last weekend, I attended a symposium on a garden in every school that was hosted by Soilborn Farms, and actually held at Luther Burbank High School. Very, very important event to note that they haven't hosted an event of this type at any one of our schools here in the district. And so it was really great that we had it there and they could see our Burbank urban garden projects. And we had a lot of work done. They've planted some trees and improved the grounds. So it was great that we could do that and have it there. And we hope that they'll consider coming back to our school site next time. Staying along the lines of Luther Burbank, I am very, very proud to make the announcement that on not March, got the wrong date. We're not even March yet. We are, but not 19th. On February 19th, Maestra Elizabeth Villanueva, who's our Spanish teacher at Luther Burbank, she was selected as Teacher of the Year for Sacramento City Unified. She was honored at the Sleep Train, is it Sleep Train this time? I can't remember the name of it now. ARCA? Sleep Train? Okay. Arena at the Kings game. As being appointed for the Sacramento County Teacher of the Year. So that was a big deal. Again, we had parents come forward from Luther Burbank. There's a lot of great stuff happening there, and I hope to all goodness that we continue supporting that school in any way we can. Also, I read to students in Area 5 at the Freedom School in the Meadowview Glen Manor. And these students were from Cesar Chavez and Rosa Parks. And I had a wonderful time because I'll tell you what was unique about this. Not only I didn't know that I was going to read to students, they kind of threw it on me, but they also, at the end of it, made me get up and do a little dance with them, celebrating that I could read a book. That was their thing. That's what they do. They celebrate for one another when they make these accomplishments. I thought that was fantastic. And I want to thank Daryl Roberts for inviting me out to that. I attended a pancake breakfast at Bret Hart School. And I also attended the student teacher recruitment fair, which was fabulous. I got to talk to young teachers coming in. And really important stuff here. I got to meet with another one of Sacramento State University's leadership folks, Mr. Jim Dragna, who's well known now through the media as the education czar. And so one of the things that he'd like to do is find ways of how we can work with Sacramento City Unified School District so that we can help children transition more easily into higher education, in particular Sac State University. I'm very proud of the relationships that I'm building with this university, and I hope that other board members will join me in the future with these relationships that I'm building, because it could mean some very positive things for us. There was a lot of exciting things that we talked about during this meeting. He is a psychologist, and one of the things that he stated to me that seems so simple, just so simple, it costs no money to do. He said, the one thing that you can do to raise the GPA of every student in your class is stand outside your classroom and shake hands of the students and welcoming them into your classroom every day. And it's proven to increase your grade point average of your students by 0.3. Costs no money. All it does is cost the will of the individual to go out there and welcome them into class. The other thing that he noted to me was that if a teacher stands in front of the class and invites them to be there and present and welcomes them just by simply saying, everyone belongs here today. Everyone belongs here today, and thank you for coming, and now let's get to learning. Again, it's simple, it costs no money. These are teaching strategies that maybe could be employed here. I hope they do. And lastly, I want to thank our parents who come here to every board meeting. But I want to especially thank Miss Angie and Bonita and Angel, because I see your faces all the time, and Mr. Visaya. I would love to thank you guys all for coming to every board meeting. I wish I had 1 million hours in my day. You know that I fully support the CAC. This past year, I did go to a triennial IEP. I know how much work is involved. It is a lot of work. And to top that off, it was a monolingual Spanish-speaking parent that was there in that meeting. And so everything had to be translated, so it took that much longer to do. We're having honest conversations in this district about special education. Dr. Iris Taylor sitting here, we had honest conversations about the needs of special education and how can we augment this department so that we can do a better job for our children, especially our children who have these special needs. I don't know what the result of that will be, but please trust in us that this is an issue for us, at least for me. At least for some of our district staff that are very deeply involved in this. And, we want to see things improve as well. But, we're limited by certain things like budget and sometimes time and talent that, we don't have these resources out in the community just yet. But trust me, we're having these conversations. And I thank you so much. I thank you for coming. Thank you for your continued effort and always keeping it on the radar. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry that we missed that dance. You can practice it here if you'd like.
You got to sing the little song.
I'll sing if you dance.
No, and I'll give up my time to see it. Actually,
Vice President Hansen.
Thank you. A few things to share. Just an announcement. Saturday, Cal Middle School is having their spring thing, fundraiser. It's a really fun event, and they have great participation from the students. Do a lot of cooking of the food, and the parents and the community really come together to support the school there. I think the enrollment now at Cal Middle School is at an all-time high. They're doing a really great job there, so I'm very proud of that. I'm working with one of our state senators on legislation to provide more financing mechanisms for school districts to change their water usage patterns and being able to allow school districts to use the money that they would save in reducing water usage to finance the projects up front. So that's been pretty exciting, and I'll keep folks updated on that. We're working with some of the statewide school groups on that. I think that's something that we should be able to look at a statewide level. I'll be reading this Thursday at Crocker, so I'm glad to hear all my fellow board members are encouraging me to do that. We'll see if there's any dancing involved. I'll have to find a good book. On a note, I sat in on some of the negotiations between the district and our teacher partners, so that was an eye-opener. One thing I did learn that's very surprising to me, we're now paying more for retiree health care than we are for our current employees' health care. That is a shocking statistic to me, and we have not kept our financial house in order, and that bill has now come due. That is not the right place for us to be in, and I want to make sure that the promises we've made to our retirees we're able to keep, and the promises that we've made to our teachers and to our other employees who are planning on having health care when they retire, that we're able to keep those promises as well. So I hope everyone will look to negotiating in a spirit of cooperation and sustainability so we keep the promises to everybody, and foremost, make sure we're taking care of our students and our taxpayers and the community and respecting everyone along the way. That is paramount. I know we can do it. I know we can. And I'll do a dance when we do it. So how about that? A little added motivation. And lastly, I've been working with the Stewart Foundation, was interested in helping examine new pathways between Leotata Floyd Elementary School and Health Professions High School. They urged me to submit a grant proposal, and I'm excited that they awarded the grant just a couple days ago. So we'll be able to do some research and explore ways that we could make the pathway stronger between Leotata Elementary School and Health Professions High School for students who choose to choose that as an option. Both the principals at the schools are really excited, and I know the whole community there will be involved in this. So I was very excited about that. And free money for the school district, so I think that's always a good thing. So thank you very much.
Member Cochran.
It's really wonderful to see the work that my colleagues are doing on all different levels. I think all of us have our individual talents, whether it's working with legislature directly or working to have a network of teachers or principals. And along those lines of the work that Member Ryan is doing in her area to try and improve school culture and school community, we in Area 2 are doing something that is new and hopefully will have a positive effect. It started out as a large idea to try and involve more than one school site, but we ratcheted it back to take a look at one school to see how we could improve in community engagement in a very meaningful way. And on March 15th, please mark your calendars, March 15th, 6 to 8 at Tahoe School, we're having what's called a Tahoe Community Network Dinner. And the purpose of this is to bring together all the players in a community around a small neighborhood school to help make it be a success. Tahoe School was on the closure list, but it's not going to be next time if there were to be, unfortunately, a next time. We have invited and have received 33 confirmations of attendance already. People like Kevin McCarty, representatives from Eric Guerra's office, the neighborhood association, the teachers, the principals, the parents. We are going to unfortunately have to cut off the attendance at some point because we're really having a groundswell of people interested in joining together in this way. We're going to exchange ideas, we're going to sign up and roll up our sleeves, and we're going to work to help Tahoe Elementary School be a fantastic school. April Shafto, the new principal, is already ahead of the game and leading the school in a fantastic way. I'm very proud to be involved in this effort, and I'd like to thank our Office of Community Engagement for supporting this. So I will follow up and tell you how it went. I'll take pictures, and maybe if staff is nice enough to help me, we can show them after the event. But again, all of us have our talents on the board. Some are very successful on legislative level, or like I mentioned, Member Ryan, when you were out, that working with principals and teachers to bring community is an excellent idea. But we also should do grassroots work. And I'm hoping that this is successful and will just be another chip in our successful efforts to make a better district. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Item 10.0, Board Workshop Strategic Plan and Other Initiatives. 10.1, Early Kinder Program, Board Policy number 6170. Ms. Taylor and Mr. Conway.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor, Interim Chief Academic Officer, and tonight I'm joined by John Conway, our Early Kinder Coordinator. And we are here to present revisions to Board Policy number 6170.1, which focuses on our early kindergarten programs, which is also commonly referred to as transitional kindergarten. Tonight's presentation includes a program overview of early kinder, an explanation of the driving governance that's prompting us to revise the existing board policy, an outline of the proposed changes, and then we'll share with you next steps and entertain questions. So the Early Kinder program in Sac City began in 2010 as a result of the Kindergarten Readiness Act, and we started out with 4 schools that year. The Early Kindergarten Readiness Act is a law that moved the start of the school date for our kindergarten students to September 1st, which was a first in the state of California. The early kindergarten is viewed as a vital early step to assist our youngest students to reach the district's goal of college and career readiness for all students. Early Kinder provides a positive, high-quality school readiness program and a first learning experience based to build future student success. And then finally, Early Kinder, the program, the intent of the program at its core is to provide students with our largest school readiness gaps with an early learning program, again, to prepare them for future success. So John Conway will come up and share with you additional information about the program overview.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. I'm John Conway. I'm the coordinator for the Early Kinder program in our district. I'm starting off tonight just giving you an overview of our site locations. Early Kinder, is a regional program offered to students and families across our district at 8 regional school sites. Enrollment continues to be strong with each site at near capacity with a staff size of 24 to 1. Enrollment begins each year in mid-January at each of our early kinder sites and continues through April, giving our families an equitable opportunity to apply and enroll into this program. Early kinder families are notified of placement by district letter the first week in May, and if over-enrollment occurs, a lottery is held at each school site as needed, and families are notified of placement in the program or of their placement on a waiting list. Early kinder student placement is ongoing and continues at the school site throughout the year. To address driving governance, there are 8 board policy revisions requested to comply with the amended Educational Code 48,000 for transitional kinder. The need to align the board policy is to comply with the recent revisions of this educational code. There are 8 proposed changes to the policy. Starting with number 1, it removes a stated consult reference, CF 0420, for school plan and site council. Proposed change 2 establishes that after July the 1st, 2015, transitional kindergarten teachers or early kinder teachers will need an additional 24-unit early childhood education or childhood development certification by August the 1st, 2020. Proposal 3 states legislative intent that the early kinder curriculum be aligned to the California Preschool Learning Foundations and be age and developmentally appropriate, and which our district is currently aligned to in this proposed change. Number 4 deletes the enrollment dates that are antiquated. No longer is needed 2012-13, 2013-14 school years, which no longer are in existence. Students turning age 5 with those September 2nd through December 2nd birth dates are our priority. Change 5 states shock requirements, for early kinder are the same as those required for all other kinder students. Change 6 states that early kinder school day be a minimum of 3 hours, but no more than 4. The last 2, change 7 adds the kindergarten continuance form only be required when a child is age eligible for kindergarten but is enrolled in early kinder and then continues on to kindergarten for a second year. Lastly, we have a legal reference to the Education Code 37202, school calendar, equivalency of instructional minutes. For next steps in seeking approval for this proposed revision, we would present to the proposed revisions in a second meeting or second reading to the board. Once approved, draft administrative regulations to the policy to provide further guidance on policy implementation. Continue to provide professional learning in the early kinder curriculum and instruction. Continue to provide developmentally appropriate materials to our classrooms. Further, to continue to develop the early kinder student assessment model. Continue to evaluate program success through student assessments, program evaluation from parents, site principals, and teachers. Continue to build and enhance the early kinder communication information mode to the district community to build enrollment at our school sites. Organize, hold quarterly meetings to build program and further development for our early kinder teachers. And develop new school sites as the district budget and our facilities allow. That concludes our presentation, and we'll be happy to address any questions after public comment.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
We have one comment on this item from Darlene Anderson.
Darlene Anderson, when you're going down this road, to me it says more jobs for people who are involved in Sacramento City Unified School District, not necessarily more educational outcomes, because we don't have educational outcomes. We still have willful defiance issues for a parent I helped last year who had a kindergartner that was put on a minimum day. And so we don't have the numbers for the willful defiance issues for the children in pre-kinder and kindergarten. We don't have the numbers for how successful those first and second graders are and third graders are. Are we improving that? I'm not for creating more positions for friends and families of people who are connected to the district. Quite frankly, my child was an early Head Start student. My sister, who was the chief of personnel for Caltrans, was an early Head Start child. And Head Start creates pathways for everyone. They are not racist. Everybody is included. Foster children, they have all the requirements to ensure that everyone has a fair shot. But in this district, you have a fair shot if you have a connection. If you have a connection to Camellia Basic or one of those other programs, Leonardo da Vinci, or you know somebody, you can get in, you can get ahead. But most likely, a lot of kids have a lot of problems. And we are a 70% poverty district. We have a district with a lot of poverty people. And poverty people bring problems, problems that need solutions, problems that need to have those parents educated too. Head Start does that. What is your data for your kinder programs of parent involvement? Before you start looking down the road to increase performance and create more jobs that more local community people are not going to have access to, I think you need to really look at what this district has done over time, and it's not employ local people. Thank you.
Thank you. Board comment, Vice President Ryan.
Thank you. So we had an opportunity to review the proposed changes to this early kinder program policy in our policy committee meeting a couple of weeks ago. I will say that, early childhood education, as you know, is an area of tremendous passion for me. The idea that all students in Sacramento City Unified School District should have access to 2 years of quality early childhood education is key, and absolutely is something we're moving towards in our strategic plan. But I did want to point out a few things. So we are proposing some changes here that are consistent with compliance to state law. But there is a bigger vision and conversation that I hope we will have. Having early childhood, early kinder program, TK, at 8 schools, in my opinion, is woefully insufficient. The idea that if you are lucky enough to get a golden ticket and be born between the months of September 2nd and December 2nd, this very narrow 3-month window, you will have access to an entire year of additional early childhood education that is aligned to state standards and prepares you potentially for academic success for the remainder of your time with Sac City Unified is not lost on me. And I will say that there has been a move over the course of the last year to reinterpret the law that was created by Darrell Steinberg to create the TK program so that a student who turns 5 at any point in the calendar year can be eligible for TK, but the school district has to assume the expenses until they turn 5. And I just want to point that out because there are areas like LA Unified School District, Pasadena, that are looking at cobbling together the resources to make sure that all students have access to transitional kindergarten, early kinder programs, not just the lucky few that find themselves with their birthdays within that 3-month window. I also want to say, as we try to grow enrollment and create a pathway into our public schools, this is a tremendous opportunity for us to capture students throughout the district. If we don't do this, believe me, our public charters are going to have TK programs available to students who turn 5 at any point within the academic year, and then they will hope to retain those students moving forward. So as we look to deal with this troubling enrollment decline, this commitment to a massive expansion of TK and early kinder is a huge opportunity for us. And from an equity standpoint, I want to ensure that more than a couple of our low-income schools have access to TK, but all of our high-poverty schools have access to TK. And if you look at the 8 sites that are listed as early kinder programs, it is not currently equitable. So I just want to ask the district moving forward outside of tonight's policy, because I wouldn't hold up this policy. I think it's consistent with state law. But I do want a real cost analysis of what we would need to double the number of TK programs offered throughout the district. Really targeting our high poverty schools first. What it would cost also, conversely, to offer TK open to students who were turning 5 at any point in the academic year. And looking at school districts like Pasadena that are reusing closed school sites to create early childhood hubs that actually then offer that 2 years of quality early childhood education and then feed into district schools. I think this all needs to be part of a bigger vision we have for growing our district and ensuring that all children, irrespective of their zip code or the color of their skin, have access to high quality early childhood programming. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Ryan. Student Member Barry.
I just have a quick question because I'm a little bit confused. What exactly is the difference between early kinder and preschool?
So preschool, there are income qualifications for students to attend preschool. So preschool primarily serves, correct me if I'm correct, John, students from age 3 through 5. Okay. Early kinder is really designed for those students who don't meet that threshold. So maybe your income is higher than what the minimum income is, and so you don't qualify for a preschool program. So it's designed to give those students who are in that gap the opportunity for continued, like an earlier start to their schooling. And John, you can add to that.
Elizabeth, early kinder is a regular education program, so that would be number one. So it is like any other grade level in California. It is a cost-free program for families because it is regular ed. So preschool, first of all, runs under a little different premise. It's isolated. Its instructional practice are solely based on preschool learning foundations, and it started off being most appropriate for ages 3 and 4. Another difference would be with early kinder teachers. They are certificated, credentialed teachers. Preschool teachers may be, but they don't have to be. That's not to say that a preschool teacher isn't tremendous or any different than a regular education teacher. So the curriculum is somewhat different. It is not only aligned to the preschool learning foundations, but it also looks to the state standards for kindergarten in state standards and Common Core. So it is a program for readiness, and it was looked for the youngest of the aged 5 students that typically might need an additional year in school to help assist them and give them a boost. So it's really looked at as a gift of time, an additional layer, if you would.
Okay, and so I know it was a while ago, but when I was in elementary school, we had a preschool. We had like preschool on our campus. So is then like schools that have preschool now, are they going to be like replaced with early kinder, or is there going to be like preschool, early kinder, kindergarten all at one school?
No, it wouldn't replace. It's just another type of service to support students with, like John said, the gift of time. So it's serving a different demographic, really.
Okay, thank you.
Those are great questions. I don't see any other board comments, so thank you so much on this work, and we'll be looking forward when you come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 10.2, approve next steps for disposition of identified properties. Ms. Allen?
Well, good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, and Superintendent Bonda. So we're back this evening to have little further discussion about the 3 sites that we started talking about a couple of weeks ago. Mr. Wakefield from Overland Pacific and Cutler had a prior engagement at another board meeting, so was not able to join us tonight, but our legal counsel, Jerry Behrens, is going to help me out with the legal stuff, so see how that goes. So a little bit of background. I'll just go ahead and move forward until we get this going. Or talk slow, okay. So again, we're talking about 3 properties, 2401 Florin Road, 1619 N Street, and then 2718 G Street. 2 other items that I was asked to look at and bring back information to you tonight was how much money we've spent on the work orders to date at those 3 sites, and then also what the status of the property was in terms of has the board ever designated it as surplus or not. So for work orders to date, and this is basically a February through February, we had at Florin Road, we had 10 work orders that totaled $3,336. At 16th and N Street, we have 17 work orders that totaled $5,866. And at Old Marshall, we had 16 work orders that totaled just shy of $13,000. Those sites are also, since they're still in our inventory, we do keep them up to date in terms of fire codes and fire alarms and backflow prevention testing. So there's still some kind of ongoing visits and maintenance that we do, just like we do all of our other sites. As far as surplus status, what we were able to find, going back on old board minutes, is in April of 2011, A711 committee, I'm not quite sure which one it was, but A711 committee did recommend to the board to surplus those 3 particular sites. However, there has been no further documentation that the board actually made that action. So one of the things that Mr. Behrens has pointed out is that it would really be kind of unnecessary, or not unnecessary, inappropriate, unconventional, to declare something surplus unless you were immediately going to do something else with it. So an example would be, we're going to declare this property surplus and we're going to offer it for sale. So you wouldn't necessarily take that action without having a subsequent action ready to go. So that might be why there was nothing in the board minutes in terms of declaring a property surplus. So some of the decisions that we still need to make, again, is to identify a goal for each site, select some alternatives for each site if it's possible, dispose or utilize in some manner, and then at that point we would look at selecting an approach for each site on how to get the best proposals for the board to consider. So what we did essentially was we put these into 5 categories. So if you think in terms of, there's basically 5 different options that all 3 of these sites could be attached to. And within each one of those options, some are pretty simple and some are really convoluted and have a lot of ed code and government code requirements to it. But for purposes of the discussion tonight, we wanted to keep it fairly simple and see if we can't start a dialogue and maybe narrow down some options for 1 or 2 or all 3 of the sites. So one of the common ones that you see is the joint occupancy. This one eventually, and each one of these has a little bit of a description about what typically would happen if we wanted to see a joint occupancy use at a piece of property. This would require eventually, a majority vote, so this would be 4 of the 7 board members. I'm just going to run through these real quick and then we can kind of back up and take a look at them. The second one would be a long-term lease without a purchase option. This one, again, if we go down this path, then we would eventually need a 2/3 vote of the board to do this. So I guess the reason why I wanted to point that out is though maybe 4 of you tonight might want to agree to do this long-term lease thing on one of those sites. Eventually we would actually need 5 of you to agree to that project as well, or to that proposal. The third one would be a ground lease with a purchase option. Same thing here. This would need to be surplus and then also a 2/3 vote as well. The exchange also does require a 2/3 vote. This is probably one of the easiest ones. I think it encompasses like two paragraphs in ed code to do. And then the last really major option would be a sale of the property. Again, this would also be a 2/3 vote. So I did want to point out that joint use really is not an applicable option at these 3 sites because it only applies to schools that are actually operating right now. So that's why you don't see that listed as an option. And then I did want to kind of keep bringing this timeline back to you, just to kind of reiterate that this is not a very fast process. There's an awful lot of planning that goes into this. There's an awful lot of public hearing, public noticing requirements, 30 days, 60 days. So each step along the way kind of requires a chunk of time. So we're certainly not looking at give us direction tonight and we'll be back in a month with an answer. So what I'm really looking for tonight is discussion among you in terms of each of the 3 properties to see if it's possible to come up with, let's just say 16th and N, for example. Maybe there's a majority of you that say we're interested in number 1 and number 3, but we're not interested in number 2, 3, and 5, something like that. Then at that point, that's all the information I would need right now. We would start accumulating the necessary paperwork to move that down the road, and we bring it back to you again, kind of share with you what the process is to make that happen. Again, not making any decisions, not identifying a party, an entity, just starting the process to get the paperwork rolling. Have any public comments?
Your public comment?
We have 8 public comments on this item. I'll read the first 4 names. If you can please line up behind the microphone in the order you're called. George Raya, Matthew Valine, Patrick Stelmach, and Angela Tillotson.
Good evening. My name is George Raya. I'm co-chair of the Marshall School New Era Park Neighborhood Association. And of course, Old Marshall School is real important to us since it's part of our name. I have 3 thank yous. One, last year I came to the board and mentioned how we were concerned that the building was being neglected, Old Marshall School, because the roof leaked and the water was going all the way down to the first floor. So thank you for listening and actually allocating some funds to repair the roof. Okay. Second, I wasn't here last month, but I understand the majority of you disagreed with the recommendation that the best use for the site is as a vacant lot, that you agree that the building should be saved. So thank you for that, because that's real important to us. And finally, we just want to thank you for finally developing a schedule where you will dispose of the property. Of course, our preference is for senior housing, primarily because the Hart Senior Center is 2 blocks away. It would be there's very limited uses you can have for that building, and one of them is for affordable housing. So whatever way it eventually turns out, if it's a 99 lease program, sell, trade, we do like to finally within a year, because I think that's what the schedule is, to have some kind of action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Matt Valine. I live at 2801 G Street, located across from Marshall School. Marshall School, as mentioned, is the anchor of my neighborhood, and Marshall School is listed by the school district as surplus property. Marshall School is the oldest school in Sacramento, in the Sacramento Unified School District, and when investigating the history of my house, we invited the 78-year-old granddaughter of the original owner, and she shared pictures and stories of when she attended there as a child. And just want to remind the board that why the school is on the historic registry and that it is historically important. The Marshall School was built in 1903 and was designed by a significant architect for the city of Sacramento, Rudolph Harold, who also designed Sacramento City Hall. The surplus property report, the value of the property is based on the vacant land value and does not reflect the historic value of the property. After being closed as an elementary school, the property has had several activities, including adult education, a Montessori school, EMT training program, and police dog training programs. So there are many options for the use of the school. And I just want to keep this neighborhood anchor viable. And please take action to preserve Marshall School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Stelmach. I'm on the board of directors for Preservation Sacramento, and I'm also a broker with Turton Commercial Real Estate, which does significant volume of sales of land and historic properties. And I just wanted to say, I come before you a couple weeks ago, and I'm very delighted to hear from your comments last time that preservation is at the top of your priorities list, that these properties sounds like they want to be saved and reused. And our Board of Preservation Sacramento is exploring the possibilities of nominating these properties to the state and federal registers of historic places, as it's already registered in the local registers, which will further protect these buildings. Also wanted to encourage the board to act swiftly to sell these properties outright, free and clear, that this will command the highest number of highly qualified developers who would be interested in developing these properties at the highest price. And properties that have undue restrictions and conditions upon them would lower the price and attractiveness of the properties. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight, and wish the best of luck in determining the best use forward.
Thank you.
My name is Angela Tillotson. I'm the interim chair of the Midtown Neighborhood Association, and which I've only been doing about 3 months. I've learned a lot. But every day, I live at 21st and Capitol, and I work in the Caltrans building across from the Capitol. So every day, I walk past the building at 1619 N Street, and every day, I'm just heartbroken at seeing it with no life in it. And now there's a residential building going in on the northwest corner of 16th and N. And on behalf of the neighborhood, on behalf of myself, because I walk by it every day and I see just great potential and for it to bring a lot of vibrancy to our neighborhood, I really encourage you to let the property go so that we can get, as the gentleman before me was saying, someone qualified in there, someone who's going to protect it, breathe new life into it, and just help add to the vibrancy of our neighborhood. Thank you.
We have 5 more comments on this item from Julie Murphy, Tom Quasabarth, Danny Yost, Brenda Ruiz, and Tiffany Funk, I believe. Fink, thank you.
Good evening, President Pritchard and school board members. Thank you for the opportunity to come here this evening to speak about Old Marshall School and the Jefferson. I come at this from the point of view of living right across the street from Marshall School and have seen its slow deterioration over the last 6 years that I've lived there. As with my comments last month, I urge you to act quickly. The real estate market is in constant flux. The prices we get today, we may not get in a year or two. And I can also appreciate that you might want to keep this property and the Jefferson in your portfolio, but neither one of these properties are turnkey properties. You're not going to get someone to lease them and be able to move in. They're going to need significant upgrades. So it's going to be a challenge to try to find someone to fill those slots. So perhaps it would be better to consider some type of exchange so that we can get a qualified developer in who can act quickly to take advantage of the market right now to enrich the school budget. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Quasabarth. I'm a member of the Marshall School, New Era Park Neighborhood Association Board as well. I spoke to the board a couple weeks ago. I made 2 points. The first was a sense of urgency, and I'd like to repeat that. This is a building that is really sort of teetering on the brink of going into a blighted status, which would obviously have a huge impact on our neighborhood. The second was I offered our neighborhood support, and I'd like to reiterate that offer. I've looked at the report that was prepared, and it seems to provide a lot of good information about real estate and various options. What I don't see, and what I'd like to respectfully suggest, is a process or a framework, and what I don't understand is how you, as a board, will come to a decision about what the disposition of this process might be. I may be a little bit impatient, and that may be something that's forthcoming here, but I'm afraid that if you just have a shopping list of options, and no criteria or metrics. Are you going to make the decision on a financial basis? What metrics are you going to use to make this decision? Then nothing happens. And second, I'd like to also reiterate my support and maybe respectfully suggest that you initiate the community engagement effort, and possibly we've had some discussions about having some kind of workshop or design charrette where you can bring board member Cochran had a request for ideas, an RFI, which generated a lot of ideas, but I think that's been it. And going forward, I think it's going to require, or I would suggest it would require, more involvement by the community, direct and hands-on involvement. And again, I'd like to offer our neighborhoods support in that process. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danny Yost. I came here last board meeting about this item. I'm also co-chair with Angela at the Midtown Neighborhood Association. And thank you for going through this process. Just a couple of items I wanted to bring up again was the condition of the Jefferson School. I know that the Marshall one has been brought up, but has there been an assessment of the Jefferson School? There's been a lot of rain. Is there going to be more rain? We don't know. But there's a potentially pending El Nino. Is somebody checking the building to see if it's being further damaged? If you could have somebody assess that, because that would reduce the value of the school if it continues to be further damaged, you might want to look at that, especially with a pending potential sale or exchange of some sort. And I think it would be helpful to the community as well to be able to protect that historic asset. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is to echo so many of the other comments, but especially the last gentleman. There are a lot of alternatives on the table. Perhaps you could work with the community to develop the criteria. I have taught undergraduate students in public policy analysis, and that's one of the fundamental steps, is to establish the criteria upon which you're going to evaluate those alternatives, so you can then consider the trade-offs and come up with a recommendation. I'm sure you do that all the time, and so hopefully you can do that in this case as well. Thank you for your time, and please let us know how the community can support this effort.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Tiffany Fink. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Paratransit Inc. We're the local public agency that provides transportation services to the seniors and the disabled, and we're your partner. We live at 2501 Florin Road, right adjacent to that. And so we're just here. We've been a partner with this school district for a long time. We actually lease a large portion of that property to do training. One thing a lot of people don't know is, in addition to the services we directly provide, we partner with local nonprofits and social service agencies to provide them transportation so they can continue to take their clients to programs, things such as DDSO, Sutter, ACC. So we are very interested in working with you and continuing to see how this process moves forward, to see how we can work to make sure that that property remains an asset to the region and can continue to work with you. So we encourage you to take a look at that. And we thank you for your partnership this long on that property. It really has been tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Banda and board members. My name is Brenda Ruiz. This evening I'm wearing my chef coat, but my hat is as the chair of the Sacramento Food Policy Council. I'm here to say three things. Number one, the Sacramento Food Policy is watching. The Sacramento Food Policy has been participating and contributing to the district-led conversation on the central kitchen. Thanks very much by invitation of the chair of the subcommittee, Hanson, and member Ryan inviting us to that sit at that table. Number two, we're informed. We're starting to understand a lot of the background of what it would take to realize a central kitchen project built in the district to provide local and fresh prepared foods, including a hot supper, which we all want for our children in the district. And number three, we're waiting. Measure R passed in 2012. How many more years must pass before we break ground on Measure R's most signature feature? School children are waiting while the district attempts to develop a role in some of these properties. We encourage a swap or a sale or anything that's expedient that would enable Ms. Allen and Ms. Padilla to get the kitchen that department needs and deserves, and that our community and children will support. Sacramento Food Policy Council is making itself available both to that committee and to this board as a tool both for the public to be informed on that project and as a tool for you guys to learn and what the community is really wanting.
Right, okay, so this is a conference action item. So I'm going to take us from conference to action as their board comment. Member Arroyo.
Thank you, President Pritchett. So a couple of items. Number one is thank you for the recommendations. And some of these I do have in a personal ranking, right? And I go from previous experience. Just about a year and a half ago, we were dealing with options of maybe potentially what to do with the property on N Street, right? 16th and N. And there were different ideas that came. And what I learned out of that whole process is that there are multiple options that are viable. And I remember at the time, the Sacramento Native American Health Center had come up with a very interesting model. They wanted to develop housing in one part of it. They were going to rehabilitate the building. And then in the corner where the parking lot, they were going to put a community center. So this was a wonderful event or property idea that we missed out on because we took too long. They went and did their own project elsewhere. But while the initial proposals that the district had considered were just basically a swap or a lease or private property, what that model allowed us to dream about is the potential of having a multiple benefit. And this is how I approach my position as board member and trustee for the district is, how do I make the longest lasting impact for the community? In the end, that's the nature of a trustee, right? As a member of the community, as a voice for the community. So yes, selling the property and getting any amount of dollars into the coffers that are used in any number of ways is a benefit. The way that I see it is long lasting. How do we benefit the community as the most or as best as possible? And so as we consider the options, what's guiding me is what I would probably consider this point the golden standard of what a project would be for the district, which was an opportunity to allow a developer to make money in that there's housing and they can put market rate, but they also had put affordable mid and low cost range housing along with benefit to the community with a community community center that could be used by the district and the community for cultural events and so on and so forth. I mean, so the creativity and the ideas of doing more than just a sell or more than just developing more housing for market rate, which all are viable options, I guess I could say, right? But I just wanted to expand the vision and the idea that there are at least a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the wishes and the interest to do something very innovative of the likes of what the Native American Health Center. Obviously, they may not be there. They may have their own thing going on, but hopefully we can attract other developers that can think in the same manner so that we can have a beautiful project that is working in perpetuity for not only the district but the community as well. I did receive an email earlier today from an entity that was considering, or they had an interest in putting a proposal for the Marshall site, and so I don't know if you got the email, Ms. Allen. Yeah,
we're arranging a tour for them as
yes,
well.
and the Sacramento Labor and Nonprofit Incubator, Inc. So those are organizations that are looking at potentially doing something that is preserving the property and then having a service or venue or space that is also beneficial to the community as a whole. To me, those are the number one priority items that I would like to see. How does that fit in your 5 criteria here? It seems like number one would be it, right? But then again, I don't want to restrict it. I mean, maybe it's number 2, maybe it's number 3. So I am not necessarily going to be, unless we really need to, I would rather keep all 5 options, and then whatever projects come in, and then figure out what fits the model, right? If we pick 2 of the 3, and there's a model that is really great, but it doesn't quite fit that, I mean, I don't know if that would be an option, or how would we then move forward with that?
So it's kind of looking at it at a 180. So instead of directing a direction to move forward on individual properties, you could, for lack of a better thought, blanket the city with RFQ for bring us your ideas for these 3 sites, and then we'll sit down and we'll evaluate them. Might be a little bit of a oversimplification of what you're saying, but I think the only issue with that is it would make it very hard to compare apples to apples. So if you, for example, gave a proposal to do something along the lines of what Domus Development was going to do, which is the Native American one, and the board said, "Wow, we think this is great." Diana, you might have said, "Well, I could do that too." So again, it's the ability. If we do that, then we're into RFQs and accepting bids for projects, not necessarily for sale, but so it would just be approaching it from a different way, which we could do.
And so, if I had to chime in, I think I can probably rank the 5, and number 1 would be number 1, I think. And I'm basing my suggestion on what I've seen is possible, and at least what real life developers, in their world were envisioning as a possibility. So if that was a possibility a year and a half ago, I would like to see if developers might think of something similar.
Is that for 16th and N?
Yes.
Love to talk about each one separately. Yeah.
Correct. And 16th and N, or Marshall. I mean, it could be that the nonprofit that submitted their email today, at least for consideration for Marshall, it may fit under the rubric of option number 1. And so I'm not an expert in this area. So that's why I was saying in that superficially it seems like it might fit in 1, but it might fit in number 2, or I don't know if any other of the 3. So with that, thank you. And by the way, so what would need to happen in order for us to follow with that email that we got with the people that submitted their idea or they want to be considered?
Yeah, along with probably a dozen other emails and requests for tours, we've been giving tours to anybody who asks. So we'll follow up, schedule a tour for that group as well.
Thank you.
Not giving anybody priority or preferential treatment. We just kind of open up the door and say, have at it. So
please do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just real quick, I'm trying to follow along and keeping notes of all the requests. So just so I understand, for 16th and N and Marshall, you're requesting option number 1 as an option for that. Is that what you're saying? So tonight we're giving her a direction, and it can be more than one direction. Keep that in mind. It can be more than one direction per property. I'm just trying to keep track of which board members are saying which direction.
What I'm saying is that for any of the properties, option number 1, because of what I have seen has been proposed before and what could be, option number 1 would be what I would like to go with.
For 16th and N and Marshall,
For
right?
all of
You're
them.
not for all of them.
For all of them, yeah.
Okay.
If it fits, I mean, if it's a model where the developer is coming in, it's going to rehabilitate the building, and they have a plan that it goes beyond just putting market rate housing, but they have other things that the community can use in perpetuity, that would be an ideal for me. And the only way to do it is not to sell it and have some sort of partnership with them. And it seems like that would fall under the rubric of 1 or 2.
Member Ryan just made a good point, and just to kind of keep track of the direction that we want for each property, I think that it's probably best if we go from property to property and have each board member weigh in on each property. That way it doesn't get confusing. So if we want to start with 16th and N, and then we can all weigh in, give direction, and then move forward. So I know yours for 16th
Okay,
and N.
got it.
Okay. All right. Member Rodriguez.
All right. God, while I was hearing everyone speak, I got flashbacks of working for the planning department in Santa Cruz, where I had to listen to the planning commission meetings and zoning administrator meetings and design review historical committees. I mean, you name it, I had to do it because I managed the whole crew that supported those functions. Except in Santa Cruz, we were talking about erosion and developments of certain lots and properties, and building permits and how many we could issue that year, and fees most of all, which were very controversial, and trees. Santa Cruz and their trees, we love them. So, I understand the emotion of folks when they come forward and they talk about this, probably more so than I even understand about how deeply I care, or understand about their emotions when they come forward, because this is the city that they live in, they grew up in. I halfway grew up in my life here. My family has a long history here in Sacramento, so I understand all of that. I'm along with Member Arroyo when it came to 16th and N. There was a very innovative proposal that was put onto the table at the time that we were considering that property for, in a conversation for a different purpose. And I really like that proposal. And it's a shame that we let that go. And so I would like option one as a first priority, and option two we've done actually when we looked at the Fremont, when we did the Fremont situation. So I guess in that order, 1, 2, and 3, when it comes to 16th and N and Marshall, I think
wait. We're only talking 16th and N right now.
You can 1, 2, and 3. You can.
Okay.
You can,
So 1, 2, 3. Gotcha.
1, 2, 3 in that order.
Okay.
Okay. Preferably with an emphasis on the 1. When it comes to Florin, and I know that you and I had a conversation about this, and Chef Brenda was here to talk about the kitchen, the central kitchen. And I know that I've had a conversation up on this board before about our ability to hold true to the voters who voted for that bond. And so the conversation that you and I, Kathy, had was about looking at Florin Road, the 24th and Florin Road property. The last meeting we had about this property it showed like a estimated fee of $500,000 to level the building, and then we talked about building a kitchen there, and the viability of that. And so I'd like to see that happen with the Florin before we make a decision. I'd like to see that we look at that property again with a serious eye, and looking at that, because I think that would be the best value for this district. We're not in great financial position. It would be the most cost savings as well. And some of those funds that in that particular bond are needed to build a track, for example, at Hiram Johnson High School. So it's far cheaper to do it that way than to buy another piece of property. And I think that's what this board should prioritize. What are we going to do? What's the best value? And then how can we maximize those bond dollars and spread them throughout for other schools that are well-deserving just as much. So I hope that the board members agree with that too, that we look at that.
So sorry, I'm confused on what you said about Florin.
We look at it for central kitchen.
Central kitchen. Okay, that's what I thought you said. Okay.
Something
All right.
like that.
Thank you. Member Vice President Ryan.
So, Kathy, thank you for your work on this. I appreciate it, and I know that this has been a lengthy process. I have a couple questions and comments specific to the proposals and to the timeline. First, I want to thank Brenda Ruiz for coming out from SAC Food Policy Council. She both represents SAC Food Policy Council and the Central Kitchen task force that we just began, but we also have an entire constituency of people from the Healthy Foods Task Force that are watching this closely and asking why we've not made more movement on a central kitchen. So I want to start with the Jefferson property on 16th and N and talk a little bit about that and the conversations that I've been hearing and speaking with constituents about regarding the central kitchen. So it's my understanding that right now there's a proposal on the table to do a swap for 16th and N and the San Juan property that you have deemed to be the best potential fit possibly moving forward for the central kitchen. Is that correct?
Close. So there's not an official proposal to the board at this point in time. There's been talks with the person who owns that property. It did come in an unofficial capacity a couple of years ago, almost 3 years ago, to the board, and that was mixed up with the rest of that, the development that Member Arroyo was talking about. That developer is still interested in looking at some type of a swap with 16th and N. Again, nothing formal, but I believe that there would be interest from them to do that. They have also indicated that if that doesn't move forward, then they would move forward with student housing on that site on San Joaquin Avenue. So as far as it being the best property, it's just my opinion. It is right across the street from our transportation yard and the kitchen services area now in the warehouse. I mean, as far as location goes, it's a nice piece of property. Is it the best? That probably everybody probably has an opinion on that. So.
And so just one other question around that. And you said that that property had already had the soil tested as well.
Yes.
So there had not been issues. So moving forward would be possible. So I have one question, with that property, and I expressed this earlier, my number one interest is to ensure the historic integrity of the Jefferson property and Old Marshall, and also to not have the properties sit in disrepair indefinitely. I would hate to be in a position where as a board member 2 years from now, I'm up here debating what we should be doing with the sites moving forward. So, I do have a question around timeline. When I look at this activity timeline and, the community engagement process, the RFQs, RFPs, RFBs, the decision and then final agreements being May 2017, would that include an agreement to swap a property? Would that mean that we would have to wait until May 2017 to break ground on property if we were to negotiate a deal such as the central kitchen one that I just discussed?
Swaps go much faster.
Okay.
I don't know if you can clarify, but I mean, it's a pretty easy, simple process.
And as part of the process of requesting proposals and then deeming those proposals to meet community need and benefit to the area for the reuse of 16th and N, is that a process that could be expedited? Because frankly, one of my great concerns in doing that is not that there's not benefit to getting feedback from all of the different stakeholders and a vision for what could be possible at that site, but I would hate to believe that we have a potential central kitchen opportunity and go through the process of RFQ and potentially push this out for another year and a half before we're even in a position to talk about property.
I think the quick answer to that is it really depends on kind of what we hear tonight, and if I have clear enough direction to be able to work with Overland Pacific and Cutler to craft an RFQ, that's easy to respond to, that will generate responses and something that you guys can look at and make decisions on, then the process could be shortened up. If we do want to open it up to community input, which again is a great idea, we just have to allow for that process to happen. It may make more sense. Again, depends. To open it up to the community. We have the ideas for Old Marshall. We are in the middle, I think, doing the same thing with 16th and N. So if it was the board's desire, we could take let's just say the most popular idea for Old Marshall, craft an RFQ that would be put out to developers saying that we're interested in developers that can provide these kinds of services based on whatever the number one idea was. Again, that will limit our pool. What we'll get back is probably we're interested, but we want this in return, or yes, we're interested. Here's what we want from you, or here's what our offer is. Can you bring more to the table? You know, without being able to say exactly what the district's role would be in that that joint partnership. You know, that we're going to get everything. So we'd try and craft a pretty specific RFQ.
And can I ask you just a final question on this, and then I'll let other board members talk about this property. On the joint occupancy idea and leasing the site for up to 66 years, is the benefit in doing that the fact that we continue to potentially see revenue year to year, and we're looking at long-term there being an increase in the property value, and thus we don't dispose of the site? Because in my understanding, both Old Marshall and the 16th and N Jefferson property are not likely to be reopened as schools.
They do not. I can't put K-12 kids in there right now. It would take significant structural upgrades to bring them to Field Act compliance. More than 50% of the cost of the replacement of the building. So when we get to that category, it just falls into a whole nother mess. So would we reopen them in their existing condition? No. We'd have to spend as much money building a new school as we would to fix those schools to get them ready for kids, and then we don't have a playground, we don't have, you know, limited parking in places, so they don't come close to meeting CDE's requirement for site acreage, for space, you know. But could they become a school down the road with some significant dollars? Yeah.
So your choice is
So, yeah,
on 16th and N? Okay. Member Cochran?
Thank you. I have some questions that will reveal that I am lacking knowledge, but I think if I ask these questions, it'll be useful to people who are in the audience. And Mr. Behrens, I'm glad you're up here because it's regarding sales. When we have historic properties and you change ownership in a sale, maybe once, maybe twice, there's a chain of custody through sales. How do you ensure that you keep historic integrity going down 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? If you were to sell, for example, Old Marshall and try somehow to contractually include in the sale that it would remain on the facade at least a historic building?
Well, as you know, historic preservation requires certain building codes to preserve that historic building. So that would be subject to the local building codes and state building codes as they may apply to historic buildings. So a developer would look at it as to what they would have to do to comply with apart from the usual building codes. So when you have that historic preservation for a particular property, that may increase the developability, but also they're restricted. They can't just withdraw it from the historic register. I've never seen that. With regard to your choices, and I think the comments that you made were very good comments as to how do you want to proceed. And just quickly, the education code is pretty arcane. It goes back a long time before the facility, the recognition the facility should be marketed fairly quickly. So when it was mentioned, and I'm not a salesman for this particular process, an exchange bypasses a lot of various steps that are required by the education code. So that timeline could be shrunk. On the other hand, if you are surplusing the property, that could be a very long process because a 501c3 that specializes in historic buildings will have a priority to negotiate first. So there's a whole laundry list of that. Finally, although it depends on the state of California, you could get a waiver from the entire process, but you have to justify it. On the joint occupancy, you could have a scenario where you occupy maybe one of the properties for office space, and then you have another maybe business entity that's generating revenue for you. But that requires an RFP process, and also it requires approval by the California Department of Education. 16th and N was a joint occupancy project that didn't pan out. That was the Unity Center, as I recall. That took years, and some of the board members well remember that process. It ultimately failed. So you do have options, and the issue for you, I guess, is to give some guidance, but ultimately the staff may come back to you saying this is the fastest option and the best option. Ultimately, you will determine that. Sorry to take a lot of your time on the law.
No, and please don't sit down. And Ms. Ellen, it's a city designation for historical preservation, and that's the only designation we have. So, and I'm sorry to be dubious of this, but I'm thinking 50 years from now, we sell this property. Is that really still going to be attached to that property if it changes hands multiple times?
Wow, that's speculative. I have never seen a historic property be deregistered. Usually they're preserved. The issue is dollars. Doesn't make economic sense to come in and abide by the building codes, and that's a marketing opportunity. Also, it's a marketing constraint.
Okay. So I have another question connected that to sale of these properties as well, both 16th and N and Old Marshall. So my predecessor was involved in changing district lines. We had a Twin Rivers property that was brought over to Sacramento City. And in doing so, it brought students into this district. And I am just very interested in making sure that there's a sunshine on this process with regards to the money that is earned from these sales. It is my position as a board member that there should be no specific designation of the money for any particular school or area or special project. And I really want clear definition on how we can ensure that process. The reason I brought up what happened with my predecessor was because the money for the permits that are pulled from McKinley Village follow the Students for Theodore Judah. And while that had benefits, it also was not something that was really fair to the whole district. So how do we address that?
Well, what you're addressing is really developer fees. And revenues generated from leases, joint occupancy, whatever, goes into your capital reserve. It's not a general fund. It goes to your capital reserve. And you can designate that for certain projects. But I think what you're referring to, Member Cochran, is the developer fees were kept localized in that instance. But that's totally different than generating revenues from leases and sales. And I know the policy of this board over the years has been don't sell, lease. So that's been the policy, I think, as long as I've been here. So that, and if that's your direction, lease, then that's where you're earning revenues for capital reserves for other improvements. The swap idea, I think, was that's where you give up title to get title. But if that facilitates something such as your food services unit, then it may be in that case worth a sale, because you cannot do a swap without switching titles with someone else. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers. And it's, if to answer the question, President Pritchett, I'm interested in exploring sale. I'm interested in exploring lease on both the properties, but with extreme reservations that this is not manipulated for special projects monetarily, even though it's in general fund, that they're not skirted or scooched rather to, say, a particular school or project, that is very carefully analyzed. And I'm not sure how we're going to make that happen, but for the record.
And sorry, just to confirm, so there was two different types of leases. There was the long-term lease without the option to purchase, and then the lease option with option to purchase.
I know, and this is
option 1 and 2. So which one are you talking about?
It's kind of crazy,
You're
but
talking about 16th and in right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify. So I get it. So number 3, which would be an exchange, you're interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you're interested in a sale?
Interested? Just learning. Yeah. This is a learning process, I believe.
This is
so.
just a direction. This
Exactly,
is not for
yeah.
them to go say sell our property.
Exactly.
This
Right.
is just so 3 and 4. But
sure.
So
3 and 4?
that's not how I have it written down.
4 is exchange.
4 is exchange.
Yeah, that's right.
I only had 4 written down, so. Okay, so what was 3?
3 is ground lease with purchase option.
I don't have that. Thank you. Okay. And 5 is. Sorry, folks, 1 second. We're just trying to get organized here. Okay, can I take this? Yep. Okay, so sorry, to clarify, one more time, Member Cochran. So your choices is 1, 2, 4, and 5?
Can you clarify what they are
Sure.
now? That
One is joint occupancy. 2 is long-term lease without purchase option. 3 is ground lease with purchase option. 4 is exchange, and 5 is sale.
Okay. So 5, 4, and lease with option to sell. And I'm not sure what number that was.
4, 5, and you said lease option with sale, which would be 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Wu.
Thank you, Madam President. To answer Member Cochran's first question, I think with respect to the historic registry, isn't that recorded in the deed?
I'm not sure if it's recorded in the deed. I think it's a designation which drives how that would be developed under the local city code.
Okay. Because in the National Registry, I think they're all...
I think there are covenants in the National Register.
So then each exchange of property, it runs with the land.
And you could actually put a covenant as a school board that it would run with the land, notwithstanding the designation. Certainly.
And that would answer Member Cochran's question.
It certainly would, yes. That would be our covenant running with the land.
Right. So that would ensure long-term historic preservation of the piece of property. As to the Jefferson property, I'll let you know, Madam President, that I'm interested in any lease with or without purchase. I just want to see how the chips fall out on that. Or I'm interested in the sale.
2,
3, and 4,
and
5.
4, and 5. Got it.
Similarly with Marshall. I think I'm going to respect Member Rodriguez's comments vis-a-vis the kitchen, a potential kitchen at Florin Road. But I would ask staff if they could do a comparison then of what a kitchen at Florin Road might look like versus the other property that was held out near our transit center. Because I want to compare the differences. It may have an advantage at Florin Road. It may have a disadvantage. I want to see what those options are, and then see how it would pencil out in both the short term and the long term in terms of like our transportation costs and distribution and things like that. Because the purpose is to send out foods to what do we call it? A centrally located kitchen. So those are my options on the three pieces of property.
Right, I only took down. Well, sorry, I'm trying to keep track of everybody here. I only took down 16th and N and Marshall, Florin.
With respect to Florin, I would like to see a comparison of what a kitchen at Florin versus a kitchen that was in the piece of property that was held open or dangled in front of us.
Okay.
One of those lawyer
Vice
terms.
President Hansen.
Thank you. I'll join some of the speakers in just saying I'm impatient as well to see something happen, and I'm not normally a very patient person, so this has been a particularly learning, experience in patience. We've been talking about this for a long time. It's very convoluted. Staff is very stretched in our facilities department. I think if we hadn't started talking about this when we did, absolutely nothing would have been able to have happened. We wouldn't even be here, even though it took us some time to get here. And you can tell just from listening to my fellow board members' comments, it's difficult for people to make decisions because this is outside most people's kind of bailiwick of things that we normally would work on. Usually when you talk about facilities with school board members, their eyes roll back in their head because we prefer not to talk about that and work on things for the students. But this is critical, and because we're an old district and we've got some really great legacy buildings, we're in a different situation than most school districts would find themselves. I have a couple questions first. So I think it'd be important for the people who are here to understand if we decided to just sell the property outright, who is in line to get that first? Because when I learned how complicated it is, it could take us, even if we voted today to surplus these three properties and we said we wanted to sell them, there's a whole laundry list of people that's listed in state code. We have no say on this whatsoever, who would be able to snatch up this property before us and just offer, pay what what is deemed fair market value, and that property's gone and we're out of business. So that was an eye-opener for me, and I think it'd be valuable for folks to understand. We just can't sell a piece of property. It's an awful process that the legislatures, our friends in that big building, have strapped us with.
It is a very difficult process. You have priorities under the government code and the education code. So if you were to go out for surplus property, a 2/3 vote, to go out to the market, then you would have to give notice to a variety of agencies, including also 501c3 organizations, historic organizations, low-income organizations. So it's a negotiation process every step of the way.
Do you have a list of that you can just go through right now?
Charters get first grab at it.
Until June 2016 and maybe extended.
Right. Yeah. And then cities, right? I mean, maybe you can just read through the list kind of quickly.
Counties,
CSCs,
UCs,
Park and Rec, State Park and Rec, local Park and Rec, and about 6 down you start getting into affordable housing, government code section that zips off.
The way I understand it, so if we voted to declare which we first have to vote to declare a property surplus before we can even put it up for sale. At that point, then we would have to notify these groups one at a time. So maybe we have to notify.
You can do a blanket.
We can all notify them at the same time, and then they each have a amount of time that they can tell us before we can even put it up for sale whether they want it or not. And we have to wait for people to not reply back some number of months. So it's really just an awful idea, unless we've got a property that we really just want to let it go. It could very well be bought by the city, by the county, by a nonprofit, by whoever, and it could sit there for an additional 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years. And everyone who's interested in seeing something happen can go through this process all over again And, we'll all be looking at it when I'm wheeling by in my wheelchair 20 years from now, wondering why didn't we do something way back when. So I'm just wanted to make on the central kitchen, we created a task force. We had our first meeting last month. We're going to be meeting monthly so we can try to jumpstart that process and figure out how we wrap our hands around that and develop a process to do that. Our next meeting is next Tuesday night, March 8th. And I would ask that we consider the Florin property so we can put that in our discussions to see if that's how suitable a location that is. Obviously, I'm open-minded on that. So my idea is 16th and N. I like number one. I think looking at a long-term lease option makes the most sense. Is that the correct one? Or that's
joint occupancy. You're talking about the number 2.
I'm talking about number 2. Okay, number 2. That would be my
number 2 for 16th.
Yeah. So, what we've discussed in our facilities committee when we're discussing the properties is, really it's going to be an opportunity, I think, to open them up, to open up the district. I mean, to me, we should just have a request for proposal on, at least 16th and an Old Marshall to ask what would the developer community that would have to pay for this be interested in doing something on a long-term basis with the school district. To me, my number one goal is to get the best value for our taxpayers and our students. I think everything else follows after that. I certainly want to see the historic integrity of that. Being a downtown resident myself, I think that's very important. I want to see these properties preserved and in perpetuity. I think they're absolutely beautiful, and it would be great to see them revitalize the core in the city where they're at. And the process that I started at Old Marshall, where we did a request for ideas, an RFI, and working with Member Cochran, whose area this Old Marshall's in, I understand we received about 85 or 90, probably we're up to about 90 ideas from the community. For that, I think we should consider having a meeting at Old Marshall or someplace close by, publish that list of the 90 odd ideas we had, invite the community, invite the developer community to come listen to the ideas, and then have a request for proposals and see what people come up with. And if there's something that's viable there, then I think we can move on that. If there's nobody who's interested in that because it just doesn't make sense and they can't make the numbers work, then we're going to have to think of something else. But because we've already gone through the process of collecting all those ideas, I think Old Marshall could be one of the ones that we move the quickest on. I could see that happening, fairly rapidly because we've done that pre-work. I think that would be a valuable roadmap to follow with 16th and N. The folks who are here from Midtown that would be interested in partnering with us on that, maybe we would do the same thing, put out a request for ideas, or maybe we just hold a community meeting and invite everybody, give proper notice so there's plenty of time for people to come there, invite the developer community who might be interested in looking at that, including if there's someone who would want to make us an offer on a swap, let them come and listen to folks, and let's just put out a request for proposals and see who comes up with the best deal, and then we can assess those, and then we can bring them back to the board and we can take a look at that. Florin did seem like a property that would be suited to sale because of the joint, or because of the use for the group that's there now. I think they've demonstrated really good value in the services that they're providing, and they're a nonprofit, so they would fall on that list of, if we declared it surplus, they would be able to be one of the top ones who could bid on that property. So that might be an option there, or looking at a joint occupancy that we could do with the group that's already there, I think would be something worth exploring as well. So I know basically we're just saying everything. So, I know we could have decided that at our...
Because you were skipping over, and we were trying to stick.
But I'm just saying we could have done this a couple weeks ago.
Can you please just tell me what you said for Marshall?
Old Marshall,
Old Marshall.
Old Marshall would be the number 2.
Just number 2. Okay.
Same as 16th and N.
Vice President Ryan.
So just a couple clarifying comments. One, I very much appreciate the suggestion of Board Member Wu. I would like to see an analysis of the San Juan property versus the Florin property for a potential central kitchen site. I think that does make a huge difference. As you know, I am very concerned about the timeline and moving on the central kitchen. And if there is viability with the Florin property, given the fact that the square footage is there, that seems like it would be something that we could move on fairly quickly, given it's already a property that we are in receipt of. So I am very interested in seeing that analysis of the two properties as we move forward and make that decision. I think across the three sites, Jefferson, Old Marshall, and the San Juan, or sorry, the Florin property, my recommendation would be 3, 4, and 5, with the idea that if the Florin property is in fact suitable for the central kitchen, obviously 3, 4, and 5 would be off the table. And then my final comment is I am so grateful to all of the board members really recognizing the historic value of both the structures and what they've meant to the communities at large. It makes me very sad when I think about the tearing down of the Alhambra Theater and I drive by that Safeway that once was this beautiful Alhambra Theater that was the bedrock of the community. And I appreciate that everything we're looking at is with an eye towards preservation and ensuring that the charm, character, and history of both Old Marshall and Jefferson be put at the first, front, and center of any decision we make.
Okay, so just to clarify, I don't have your answer for 16th and N because you had on all of them. On all. A floor with the central kitchen. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. Member preference. Okay, I'm just going to go through mine real quick, and I wanted to first the lady who had come up regarding the 16th and N property, and working in the area and driving and going by. I got to tell you, I drive down 16th Street every day to go to work. And I was quite surprised to find out one day that we own the property because I always thought that it was such an eyesore. I was like, whoa, they got to do something over there. So, so I'm glad that we're, finally at a point where we're talking about these properties. I personally don't want to look into any type of sale auctions. I think that it doesn't benefit our district that, the other options, at least there'll be some long-term effects that will help us out with a sale. It's one-time money. It's going to go fast, and we'll be going, where's that money at? What happened to that money, right? Because we've done that before. So I just am not for number 5. So for my choices for 16th and N are 1, 2, and 3, and Old Marshall the same, and for Florin, 2, 3, and 5, but I also like the idea of exploring the option for the kitchen. And does anybody
Member Arroyo as well?
I already got Member Arroyo, so he said 1, 1, and 1. So I wanted to make sure that he understood that was joint occupancy since there was some confusion at the beginning. We still need Member Cochran for Marshall and for Florin. Member Arroyo, while we have you here, I just want to make sure that there was some confusion on what the numbers were, and I wanted to make sure that I have your choices correct. And I'll go through everyone's at the end, but I had yours as 1, 1, and 1, all the way across joint occupancy. That was your only choice.
Well, that's my main choice. That's what I would like to see. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Cochran, you have the mic for Marshall and Florin. If you could tell us what your choices would be for Marshall, what you would like to explore for Marshall and Florin.
Your mic is on.
Is your
I
microphone
don't
on?
think your mic is on. Yeah, sorry.
I don't have a choice on Florent at all. So I'll just stand by that. On Marshall, pardon me about the numbers again, but sale.
Sale, okay.
Lease to
That's
sale.
5. Uh-huh.
Lease to sale.
And that would be 3.
Mm-hmm. And potentially lease.
Okay, 2.
Yeah.
And when you say that you don't have a choice on Florin, what exactly do you mean by that?
If I understand it, a swap is one of the selections, correct?
Well, there's a few of us that said that we would like to explore it for a possible site for the central kitchen, but also in comparison with what's the other property called? The San Joaquin property that was originally on the table.
So is that a number?
No, it's just a recommendation.
Okay, so put my star by that recommendation.
Central kitchen with just site being just central kitchen, or also exploring it compared to the San Joaquin?
I think it should be compared to San Joaquin.
Compared.
I think it should be just investigated. Yeah.
Do you want to explain it to her?
The land swap
Yes.
in order to get San Joaquin.
Why don't you explain that?
Okay, so just for the clarity of the record here, in order to consider a land swap, it would have to be with 16th and N, not with a Florin Road property.
Right.
If we want the San Joaquin property.
If you want the San Joaquin property for the central kitchen, you would have to give up your 16th and N in that land swap.
Well, right now, I mean, as of today, that developer has indicated interest in 16th and N.
Yeah.
They may
For that to be
we want
realized.
Florida and 24th. I don't know, but right now they like 16th and N.
Okay. Okay. So, is that good? Do you understand?
Explore both options. Why not?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So just to make sure that I clarify that we have our numbers right. So I have Member Arroyo with option 1. We're talking 16th and N right now. Okay. 1. Member Rodriguez 1, 2, and 3. Vice President Ryan 3, 4, and 5. Member Cochran 3, 4, 5. Member Wu 2, 3, 5. Vice President Hansen 2, and myself 1, 2, 3.
I have something different from Member Cochran. I have 5, 4, and 3, which would be sale.
I said 3, 4, 5.
Lease and lease.
You have 5, 4, 3.
I have 5, 4,
oh,
3.
in the other order. I see what you mean. 5, 4, 3. Is that
sale, lease, and lease? 16th and N. Okay.
You guys don't know how hard this job is. Look at my notes. Is that correct, Member Cochran? In that order, 5, 4, 3.
I didn't realize we were prioritizing them by order.
I didn't really prioritize mine either. I just said because I think that we just need to figure it out.
They'll all be looked at, right, President Pritchett?
Well, we have to have a 2/3 vote.
Right.
Or a majority on the
consensus.
Majority on the joint occupancy, the others are 2/3 vote. If you go in those directions.
Yeah, down the road.
That's
right now.
Later.
Not
Right now, we're
tonight.
just trying to figure out. Okay. Okay, so then Marshall. Let's do Marshall. Member Arroyo 1. Member Rodriguez 1, 2, 3. Member Wu 2, 3, 5. Vice President Hansen 2. Vice President Ryan 3, 4, 5. Member Cochran 5, 3, 2. And myself 1, 2, 3. Is that what you had? Okay, good. We're taking good notes now. All right, Florin. Member Arroyo 1. Member Rodriguez exploring an option for a central kitchen. Member Wu exploring the option for this central kitchen, but also looking at the difference of the comparing the difference with the San Joaquin property. Vice President Hansen 5 and 1. Member Cochran, central kitchen, the same as Member Wu. Vice President Ryan 3, 4, 5, or exploring it for a central kitchen and comparing it to the San Joaquin property. And myself 2, 3, 5, and exploring option for central kitchen. Is that what you have? Okay. So do you have direction? We just have to vote on that direction. Do we just choose all of these? I'm not quite sure how we. Does anybody have any suggestions?
Maybe we can leave it to staff to get a sense of our understanding.
And the majority?
Bring us back some.
Because you pretty much have every option on here.
Yes,
A real glass of wine that I always talk about. I'm sure it'll be much more
all the
clear.
above. Let's examine this.
Okay, I'd like to hear from my board members. Member Arroyo.
Okay, so now that we have
Everything.
called all 5 priorities, right? So just sketch out more or less what
So one of my biggest
follows.
one of my biggest questions tonight I would like to get answered is, do we want to have the community input for 16th and N? Because that, I can be doing that now, just understand that it'll take longer. So, and then the other thing I want to point out before y'all answer that is, we could have these community meetings and let's just say, everybody decides that Old Marshall would be great affordable housing. That still has to go through city planning and city council. And I know lots of you have pull with city planning and city council, but just because we might want that doesn't mean that we're going to get council approval for that kind of a project. Same thing for a high rise or a parking lot or, throw out any kind of use. So I just want everybody to be cognizant of that we can go through this process of getting all these ideas, and I'm sure the city council would appreciate the work that the district has done kind of on their behalf, if we're looking at a long-term lease kind of thing. But ultimately the decision would fall with the council in terms of approving a development. So my question was, do we want to do that kind of reach out?
And so that was my follow-up question. So if we do community, then let's be very honest on what we are seeking out of that public comment, right? Ideas, or just to get gauge the sentiment of the community, of the neighborhoods. In that transparency, we just really want to have an idea of what really we're seeking, other than, say, we have a community, but no real guide as to what is it that we really want, because then these community meetings become just hollow, right? So what do you think we need to get in terms of the community meeting? Ideas, suggestions, so the proponents come with their proposals and they're part of the community feedback?
I think, without really just off the top of my head, I think it would be important for let's just call them the development community, for lack of a better word, to come and listen to what some of the ideas are of the neighborhoods. And then that will also help us craft that RFQ or that RFP that we've been talking about. The hard part is going to be making this all fit in ed code and government code. So that'll be kind of the challenge as we move forward. But I do think it would be a good idea to have development community folks at these meetings so that they can hear what the public wants.
Absolutely. So then what I hear you doing this is we have a enormous amount of input, and then you're just kind of categorizing it so that we can structure it and filter it and then put it in a category, or like distill the ideas.
Mm-hmm.
It may be that a developer comes with a wonderful idea and that's pretty much already cooked and everyone rallies around it and that becomes it. Or it could be that it comes out of the community meeting and the developer, based on that feedback, creates a project that fixes that. Or that, so there's a number of options that could happen out of this community meeting. So am I hearing correct?
Yep.
Got it.
Okay, so this is what I'd like to suggest. For the 16th and N property, we need to go through these one by one and take a action vote?
No.
Or just an overall? Okay, so
You can do an overall, I think.
An overall. Okay, so let's
move the item.
I haven't even said what the vote is yet. Okay, 16th and N. I'd like to for you guys to continue with this process. Schedule a community outreach meeting and at the same time doing an RFI. Okay. This community meeting will also be with the developers. All right. With Old Marshall, there was already an RFI, so I think we can move forward with a community meeting with the developers to get ideas. And for Florin, I think that you need to come back with us with additional information regarding the central kitchen and all of the proposed arrangements. Okay. Does anybody have any questions regarding that motion? Or can I get a second? Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Yay, we got through that. All right. Sorry for everyone that's out in the audience that had to bear that one with us. All right. Sorry. Vice President Hansen has one thing to say.
Yeah, this is just a little bit off topic, but during my remarks, I made a comment about healthcare costs, and I have collected more information, so I just wanted to clarify. I misspoke, so my apologies for the. I just wanted to make sure there's no misunderstanding of that. We have, what I got wrong is we have nearly as many retirees as we have active employees. Not that the cost that we're paying for the retiree health care is greater than our current. But we are paying approximately $17 million last year was retiree health care costs. So I regret the error, but I wanted to make sure the record was clear on that.
So I think, Madam President, we didn't go from conference to action and then action.
We did.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
All right, I stand
Yes.
corrected.
I made sure of that. Okay, 10.3. It just took a long time. You forgot. Sorry. From conference action. Do we need to go back? Okay. Item 10.3, teacher recruitment strategies. Ms. Picard.
Hello. So we have a PowerPoint that I think is coming up. Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Bonda, and members of the board. I will we'll go ahead and get started. I want to introduce you to the HR and Employee Relations Directors that are joining me this evening. So if you would please just introduce yourselves.
Good evening, Cindy Nguyen.
I'm Roxanne Finley.
Christina Villegas.
Good evening, I'm Tiffany Smith-Simmons.
So we are here to talk with you about teacher recruitment efforts, strategy, landscape. To begin with, Linda Darling-Hammond, the Learning Policy Institute president, said in a statement about a recent report that came out from the LPI, our analysis shows California on a trajectory that, if left unchecked, will likely result in increased teacher shortages and greater inequities among students in different communities. Well said, right? We know that we are facing a shortage. She goes on to say this will seriously hamper the state's efforts to implement more challenging new learning standards. Teacher recruitment and retention strategies will be critical to stem the shortages and keep current state reforms on track. That's what we're here for. We have a variety of things to share with you this evening, including a bit about the picture and the current reality of the district and the state. We want to emphasize that it is a statewide issue, and we want to share with you a little bit about what it is that we're doing to be proactive towards that end. So again, the teacher shortage is a statewide issue, one that needs to be addressed at multiple levels of the system. And just to return to pre-Great Recession levels, school districts in the state would need to rehire 60,000 new teachers, again, according to statements in the report. This year, according to the Department of Education, there were 21,000 open teaching positions in California. Steady declines of teachers entering into the profession since 2002 have left us at an all-time low in terms of supply of new teachers. As Superintendent Bonda mentioned in his report 2 weeks ago, last board meeting, the enrollment in teacher preparation programs is declining, and we have 3 Senate bills that are in front of us as a state for consideration. Senate Bill 22 would forgive student loans for teachers who spend at least 4 years in hard-to-staff schools. Senate Bill 915 would reestablish the California Center for Teaching and Careers to recruit prospective teachers and provide them with information and connect them with jobs. And Senate Bill 933 would fund residency programs for new teachers, where they could work alongside mentors in the classroom. Again, solutions to the statewide teacher shortage must be addressed on multiple levels. The current landscape within the district paints a picture that's similar to those around us. Districts such as those mentioned on the slide are using strategies similar to what we're either currently doing or looking forward to doing. One such strategy is that of open contracts. Open contracts allow a certain sense of security, both for the district and for the incoming teacher, but it does have its ups and downs. But it is a wonderful tool that we're using more and more as we attempt to fill as soon as we can. Cindy will now talk about some credential options available and look at our current vacancies as we stand today.
Our first two options of credentials is preliminary and clear. Preliminary credentials means that students have completed the credentialing program and will be in the process of starting their induction program. And once they complete the induction program, they will then obtain their clear credentials. District intern credentials are students that are enrolled in the credentialing program at a university and are currently teaching as the teacher of record in our classrooms. General Education Limited Term Assignment Permits allows for us to apply only for teachers who currently hold a multiple subjects or a single subject's credential already, and we have a need for them to teach outside of their subject area. Special Education Limited Term Assignment Permit also allows the same, but for special ed teachers currently holding a special ed credential and needing them to teach outside of their special ed field. For example, if they hold a mild moderate and we need them to teach moderate to severe. Short-term staff permit allows them to be in the classroom as a teacher of record, but will allow them time to attend the university to complete the prerequisite in order to enter into the intern program. All of these are one-year credentials, which will allow for them to stay in the classroom for the school year. And vacancies as of August 2015 to December 2015, we had 144.6 new certificated positions that we had created, funded, and filled. In January of 2016, 3.2 more new FTE and certificated positions were funded and needed to be staffed. The grand total of new positions for 2015-2016 is 147.8. The total number of filled positions, to include the new positions and any attritions that we may have received this school year, is a total of 194. Currently, as of today, we have 29 classroom vacancies, 7 of them in elementary, 15 in secondary, and 7 in special education.
While we still have some vacancies, we wanted to share with you some of the credential options in filling it. And as you can see, given the amount of just movement in the district, our recruitment efforts to date have included the creation of a recruitment advisory committee, hosting and attending recruitment fairs, engaging in exclusive partnerships with CSUS, collaborating with SCOE and Fortune Schools, formerly Project Pipeline, with their current programs, and working to develop a new pipeline of special education teachers with CSUS. In addition to that, exploring out-of-state recruitment opportunities. The recruitment, which you'll hear more about a little bit later, the Recruitment Advisory Committee, as I mentioned, established this year, has met with a variety of stakeholders to engage and share best practices, to collaborate on potential strategies, and for us as a way to provide update on progress. Some wonderful ideas have come out of this committee and gathering. We're able to go and act on some of that, some short-term, some long, and then again share the updates. Roxanne is going to talk with you specifically about some of the other recruitment pieces.
I gave the whole interview.
The word that stands out that we want you to get a view of is aggressive. We have to be more aggressive in the coming years. And so this slide shows a true example of aggressive recruitment. Excuse my voice. And if you look very closely here, you'll see someone that looks familiar. And we'd like to thank Vice President Hansen for helping us in this effort. This is a recent article from the World Journal, one of the largest Chinese publications in the country, highlighting our need for Mandarin speakers, teachers at William Land Elementary School. We've been working all year with Ms. Lee and the community in trying to find more teachers that speak Mandarin for that program. And this marketing effort here is something we expect many leads on. So thank you. In our next slide, this is a listing of our fairs regarding teacher recruitment that we have attended and that we plan to attend through the end of this year. As you can see, in October, we went to an event hosted by LAT Careers. This is a nationwide recruitment firm for bilingual and Latino educators primarily. We secured one contract that day, and we will continue to include this firm in our future recruitment plans. They reached out to us out of New York, and they have fairs all over the country. So we made sure we made the one in San Jose, and we found it very, very productive. And on February 5th, you see on this listing, Board Member Cochran and I visited Pinnacle College. This is a college where they teach music primarily, and they're closing their doors in April. So we went there in February to provide a teacher recruitment workshop, told them all about our district. These instructors we knew that they had all bachelor's degrees. And nowadays, there's an avenue for them to become teachers. And to date, we have received 2 contacts from this college that want to be teachers in our district starting in the fall. And the next slide, when we talk about partnerships, this is the first year that we have exclusively partnered with Sac State to provide an avenue for all the student teachers that are currently working with us in our district. We had an affair in December and in February last month, and they have agreed just last week to host another one with us here at Sac City as we continue to try to find the best and brightest teachers for our students starting in September. Thank you.
So helpful and important to note from those 2 events, as you can see, the open contracts offered 5 in December, 12 in February, and actually there were 11 in the day, and there have been ones that have come trickling in. So we got the 12th as a follow-up, and there are some other potential follow-ups. So we would expect that number as a result of the February event to grow and change. And now Christine is going to talk about some other connections.
Good evening. As my colleague just previously elaborated on our aggressive ongoing efforts of recruiting teachers, we have looked at different ways of recruiting, one of them being reaching out to our partners such as the such as our Sacramento County Office of Education, SCUSD, and potentially hiring student teacher interns. Interns are credentialed teachers, as previously mentioned, as one of the types acceptable credentials that are approved through the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. We've given you a snapshot here of the prerequisites in order to be in the SCUSD intern program, which has a duration of 2 years. At the end of this 2-year program, the teacher will be receiving their preliminary credential. We're actively collaborating with SCUSD right now and hosting a job fair, which we anticipate will take place the first week of April. On the next slide, as you can see, currently there are 52 eligible candidates, and out of the 52, 39 are multiple subject, 13 single subject with 7 in math, and 6 in science. These 52 are potentially new hires for the district who can potentially start employment with us in the fall. Up next to elaborate on our CSUS partnership is my colleague Cindy.
So to continue and build upon the partnership that we already have with Sac State, we are looking to create our own pipeline for our special ed intern cohort for our mild moderate candidates. We would be looking to recruit at least 25 candidates into this program, and they would begin classes with Sac State in the spring to complete the prerequisites in order to be ready to be in the classroom in the fall of 2017. And again, it is a 2-year program with this cohort intern partnership we will be having with Sac State. We'll be involved in the screening and the interviewing process of selecting the 25. We will need to continue our conversations in early April to develop a cohesive support structure once we have the candidates in place and once they are in our classrooms. How are we going to provide them that support?
And continuing our efforts in growing our cohorts, we're looking at Fortune School, formerly Project Pipeline. Project Pipeline, or Fortune School, has been a district partner since 1997, and together, to date, we have credentialed 133 teachers. Right now, we're collaborating with Fortune School and our special education department to offer paraprofessionals in our district pathways and options to obtaining their teaching credential. We're scheduling an informational meeting for them in April. Additionally, our efforts include working with their current interns to fill voids and gaps that we have in our summer school programs, as well as vacancies we are anticipating in the 2016-2017 school year. Beginning in the fall, we will too also work with them to create a Sac City specific cohort. This one will be slightly unique in the sense that it will have both multiple subject, single subject, and special education teachers together. We're looking for a minimum of 30 participants. We recognize our need to have a diverse teaching staff. Students need to see themselves in the people who lead their learning environments every day. They need to see that the world is open to them by people who look like them and by people who represent all of humanity. At this time, out of our nearly 2,300 teachers, there are 51 African American male teachers, 124 African American female teachers. Together, they comprise less than 8% of Sac City's teaching force. Further, there are 254 Asian female teachers and 79 Asian male teachers, which equals approximately 14% of our teaching population. We have similar statistics for our Latino population. We have 204 Latina teachers and 80 Latino teachers, for a total of approximately 12%. Through outreach, we have developed strong partnerships with surrounding districts. These partnerships have helped us to access recruitment opportunities that we may not have already been aware of. Additionally, to enhance our efforts connecting with historically Black colleges and universities, we've teamed up with UCAN to help facilitate that collaboration. We've already made contact with one individual at Wiley College for a position in the 2016-17 school year. She's prepared a greeting for you tonight, and you will hear from her shortly.
As we look at next steps to confront what we know to be a statewide, as well as a regional, as well as a district issue, we are considering a number of things, exploring beyond what we have done in the past, looking to try new things, be outside of the box in our thinking. And so to that end, we are considering tuition reimbursements. We would love to explore hiring bonuses through the appropriate channels, as well as movement of a calendar. We would, one of the things that we did is, in anticipation of our class size reduction coming up for the 16-17 school year, we posted an open posting for multiple subject credentialed teachers. From that open posting, we've received 112 candidates who applied. That recently closed. We'll work with our partners to go through a process for screening them in, but it is an encouraging sign. We'll work closely with the communications office on various recruitment strategies that include, but not limited to, finalizing paid advertisements, finalizing a recruitment video, and continued community outreach. Now, a few words from a future educator.
Before you do that, hold on 1 second. Can you pause that? Thank you. It's 10 My phone just went dead. Thank you. 10:28, and I think you're going to go a little bit later. So I just need a motion to extend the meeting to, let's say 10:45. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Do you plan on talking a lot? Okay. We are extending it to 11. Can I get a motion? Thank you. And all in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Thank you.
Okay.
We can start it now.
Hello, Mr. Bonda and board members. I am Dominique Jackson, and I am a senior at Wiley College in Marshall, Texas. I am a Bachelor's of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies with an emphasis on child development and a music education minor preparing to graduate this spring. I heard about your HBCU recruitment efforts through your partnership with UCAN, and I am really looking forward to the opportunity to relocate and teach in Sacramento. Thank you for reaching out to us here at Wiley College.
And with that, we're happy to take questions.
Public comment?
We have one comment on this item from Nikki Malewski.
Okay. Good evening again. We've been urging the district to get out in front of this teacher hiring crisis by taking proactive steps and having competitive wages. At the beginning of last year, David and I started meeting with Sac State about student teachers. We started engaging the district about our concerns and are very pleased that the district has implemented our ideas about tracking and recruiting student teachers and offering open contracts. We are excited about improving our new student teacher support program as well. And we're very happy that the district is attending recruitment fairs, targeting multilingual teachers, and reaching out to historically Black colleges. It's very important that our teaching staff matches the diversity of our students. I must say that I think it's disturbing that the staff is talking about this crisis like it's going to affect Sac City just like it's affecting everyone else, without recognizing that this district is going to get hit much harder by this shortage than those around us. First of all research shows that large urbans are disproportionately affected in teacher shortages. And second, common sense tells us that lack of competitive wages will have an impact. I refer you again to the document I've shared before. This is the landscape. So this, in your packets, you can see, this is the benefits and wages, total compensation, BA plus 60, step 10. And as you can see, here is Sac City, and this is this year. Blue is the wages, white is the benefits. Okay? But this is the landscape for this year. With next year, these other districts have received these increases. San Juan, 3.5. Stockton, they're up 5.5%. Twin Rivers, they're up 5%. Elk Grove, they're up 3.5%. And Folsom Cordova is up 5%. Sac City is up 1% this year. As you can imagine, going into these recruitment fairs will not be successful when competitors are offering so much more. It doesn't have to be like this. The district has more money than anyone can remember. Please look at your unaudited actuals. It shows almost $45 million in reserves last year. This is almost $15 million, or 50% more than last year. There's a reason the law requires you to have only 2% in reserves. You're supposed to spend the money on the kids now. That amount is about 8 or 9 million. You have 4 or 5 times that amount in your reserves. And you have $12 million of unappropriated money in this budget, even after all the new spending. There's absolutely no need to go into this hiring season so far below our competing districts. Do you understand how having major labor unrest and having lower wages and trying to take away benefits year after year contributes to the crisis that's much worse than Sac City? Teachers have given and made large concessions when times were bad. As you can see here, we'd be happy to run any of you through this document.
Ms. Molesky, I've passed these documents out to our board members today.
Wonderful.
So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
If you could please wrap
You
up.
have, yeah, I'm almost there.
All right.
You have to
Thank
show
you.
your teachers that you value them, or they're going to be leaving us, exacerbating this crisis in our students' classrooms. Your budget, it's not qualified. There isn't a threat that it won't be approved. Your budget is positive. You're in great shape. Let's get this wage increase behind us sooner rather than later so that we're in the ballpark of other competitors for the hiring season. Having over 1,000 people picketing your board meeting last month sends a loud and clear message. SCTA and the broader community will not stand for our students not to be taught by fully credentialed teachers.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't see my board. Vice President Hansen.
Thank you for the presentation, and I assume that this will probably be one of the regular items that we'll be discussing over the next several months. Obviously, it's very important. It sounds like we've made some good progress, and I can see that we have a lot of work to do educating all the parties that are involved in this, the community, our teacher partners, and our board, so we know what the real facts are, so we're actually talking about the same things. I think that's important so we can move forward. I was interested to learn more about the paying potential, bonuses or paying for the tuition of prospective teachers. Could you explain a little bit more how that would work?
Yeah, some of those pieces require us to engage in conversations with our union partners, and so we're working towards that end.
Is that something that requires, have to be in the contract?
Bonuses.
If we wanted to pay a bonus to someone who's not an employee of ours currently?
Hiring bonus.
Would.
Yes.
And a reimbursement for tuition would be also?
The tuition reimbursement, I'm not exactly sure that requires the same level, but we do want to continue to engage and talk with our partners so that we can all move forward together, be on the same page.
Yep, that makes sense. And that certainly would be an incentive to somebody who's got a big debt and college is expensive. So I think those are something important. How about hiring teachers now? Between now, am I understanding correctly that there's some prohibition of us hiring teachers now?
It is more difficult for us as a district to hire at this point in the year as opposed to the beginning of the year. Cindy, you can probably talk through the open and closed contract times.
Yes, during the July 1st to the second week of February, it does allow us to post positions where we can refer non-district non-district candidates through the interviewing process. But currently, our contract starting the second week of February through June 30th is considered our closing period, in which if we post any positions, if there are permanent teachers in the district, this is the window which allows them to transfer.
Then we can't, and so then you can get caught up in the situation where folks can, if someone moves from one school to another school and then you want to post for that position, and you have to re-allow everyone to go through the whole process again. So that's, just as a neophyte who doesn't have a lot of experience, that sounds very convoluted, and our district's hands sound like they're almost tied on that, and that's something that I trust that our teacher partners would be willing to work with us on. So we're addressing and helping the students and focusing on the students' welfare primarily. I think there's a lot of issues with this, and it certainly, to me, sounds like we need a fuller discussion so the community's involved and understands all the things that are parts of this, so we can all move forward on this. It is a big issue, and I've talked to a lot of folks at the Capitol. There's a huge amount of concern about what can be done to expedite and allow folks who maybe are at the end of their career who'd be interested in being teachers after they've had a great career, and figuring out ways to do that and make sure that they can reach that fully credentialed status. And looking at what the building trades unions do when they have apprenticeship programs where someone is partnered with with someone who's fully certified construction worker would be a great model for how they keep the pipeline full of having folks available in there. And they have an industry that's very up and down as well. And unfortunately, because we're at the whims of the financial situation a lot of times, and there would be nothing worse, if I was a young person looking to start a career, and they could absolutely love teaching and get a whole lot out of it, but if there's not the stability there with the different rules that are in place, I want to make sure that we're incentivizing people and we're in a fiscally sound place where we don't have to say, all right, well, welcome, we hired 200 people, then 4 years later they're the last ones hired, so they're the first ones fired, and here's your pink slip, thanks for the memories. It's not the way to run our district, and it's obviously bad for the students and bad for morale, and it's bad for people who would want to be a teacher. So I think we all have to work together to make sure we keep some stability, to make sure that we can be partnering together on that, because you can't teach without teachers. So they are the most critical piece of the entire the work that we're doing here. And so all of us working together would be a wonderful thing, because the relationship here is mystifying to me every day. So I hope that we can get to a place where we're all smiling at each other sometime soon. So I'll look forward to continuing work on this. Thanks for all the efforts you've done so far.
Member Wu.
Thank you, President Pritchett. So thank you for this aggressive recruitment in action. I was looking at the Chinese paper, and I noticed at the bottom of that same page is an entire banner advertising William Land. So you could put that in there as well. And really, I think Member Hansen's picture is fantastic in there. But the reason why I sent you the newspaper article, Jay, is because I'm in the picture below you, and you didn't even notice.
I'll go back and look.
Anyway, I think we also have, I wanted to say, I think we also have, may have a built-in pipeline with some of our partners like City Year. We might look to our teachers to ask them if there are particular candidates that they think might think of a career in education. I know some go back to their cities after their contract is over, but I've met a couple that went on to medical school, but some seem to me that they might think about education as a career. So, that's kind of like a paid internship already. So, we can talk to our teachers and our administrators and pick out those stars that might want to stay in Sacramento, SCUSD. Thank you.
I looked around like, who's next? Member Cochran. It's late. I'll be this late more. Member Cochran.
Thank you, President Pritchett. So before anything, you're looking here at 5 hardcore kick-it women who are working this like I've never seen before to get teachers into this district. And I would personally like to thank you for the work you're doing, what you've planned, what you're scheming, everything you're doing to get the best teachers that we can in this district. Thank you. Heartfelt thank you. And thank you for letting me, at times, I don't know if it's always welcome, but at least voice my opinions or ideas. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. So I have a hodgepodge of questions, and they're all over the place, but they're just holes that I have, so I'm hoping that you can help me. So I how exactly do you determine how many teachers we're going to need in fall? How do you determine we need to fill X amount of spaces?
We look at a number of things. One of the things that you'll see illustrated a little bit clearer in the next presentation is our one-stop staffing process. So through that process, our sites and our departments are utilizing information that they get from budget based on projections, based on what we know at the time. They go through and they make staffing decisions. They decide what it is that they need more of or less of. Based on that, we have a good sense of what we're going to need to fill for the next school year, what's been created.
Okay.
The other thing that's driving our projections right now is our move to class size reduction. Right? Going to 24 to 1, we estimate we'll probably need about 75 new teachers, multiple subject teachers. So a variety of things, those are two big ones.
Okay, thank you. There are a couple of people in limbo who are currently teaching in the classroom who want to become full-time employees, but for one reason or another, it's probably a technicality on the credential. I'm just wondering, have you addressed all the people who have expressed urgent interest in hiring me now as a teacher and brought them in as permanent teacher hires?
We've certainly worked towards that end. As a matter of fact, we took a look at our substitute list, went through it for those that were fully credentialed. Right, people are on the substitute list for a variety of reasons. Some of them don't want to, a larger commitment. But we went through. Staff had individual conversations with them to talk about what their plan was, what their interest level was, and what their credential status was. Did they have only a 30-day sub permit, and maybe they didn't know how to get to the next step, right? So identifying that and laying that out. In some cases, difficulty with passing some of those tests that are needed. Well, there are resources for that. So sharing and explaining some of that information.
Okay, thank you. So is every teacher, when you say that you've filled the vacancies, is every teacher who is in front of a classroom a highly qualified teacher using NCLB?
No, not every single teacher, right? Because we have some long-term subs in positions that are filling those. So if a teacher is an intern, they're still considered highly qualified by all standards, even though it's an intern status credential. We of course work hard to fill the positions. We have some very strong teachers who are making progress towards completion of their credentials. One of the credentials talked about was essentially a short-term staffing permit. It's a 1-year opportunity to take the missing components needed in order to earn the full credential. So some people are in that situation. At the beginning of the year, I brought forward to you the Declaration of Need. You might remember. I still remember that. That was a tough one. But that was to say, we understand and realize there might be some gaps. We know we will have gaps in areas that are troubling to our district on a regular basis in terms of hard-to-fill positions, certainly around special education and others, and we might need some potential waivers. We are looking at that as an option for some of the, specifically actually thinking about the Mandarin Immersion program in trying to get teachers in there, as well as working, with that specific case with our instructional aides who speak the language, who have a great rapport with students, and who just need to know the path to get to that credential.
So when you say you filled vacancies, it could be, and correct me if I'm wrong, you filled vacancies with individuals who do not hold California teaching credentials with the subject matter that they're teaching, the vacancy that they're filling.
So on that slideshow where I indicated that the number of filled vacancies, they have to be currently holding one of the credential options that was on the PowerPoint. Out of all of the credential options, The short-term staff permit would not qualify them as highly qualified because they would still need a little bit more time to do the prerequisites of either passing the CSET or doing the pre-service hours to get into the intern program. The general education limited term assignment and the special education limited term assignment, they have to already hold a credential, and we would be getting them that limited term assignment for a subject area outside of their credential. So while they're not highly qualified in the subject that they're teaching outside their credential, they do hold a full credential. They are highly qualified in that area, and we just need them to teach that one subject outside of the credential that they currently hold.
So when we say we've filled these vacancies, we have, but we perhaps not 100% have filled them with the teachers that are credentialed in the subject matter they're teaching.
Yes, but the credential allows them the time to fully obtain the credential by taking coursework. And if they complete the renewal requirements according to CTC, they can renew it again for the following year. And it typically takes about 2 years to complete.
Okay, thank you. Who's on the committee for recruitment?
The advisory committee? Yeah. In addition to us, we've had representatives from the special education department, from the area assistant superintendents, from other central office, such as the new teacher support, the induction programs, principals. That's what's coming to mind at the moment.
Do you have any SCTA members or current school teachers?
SCTA has not participated, leadership has not participated to this point.
Do you have actual teachers on the committee? Do you have teachers?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. If someone were to...
Yeah.
They're teachers. They're not classroom teachers. It makes a big difference. And it's my time, Diana. Thank you. Okay, so let me ask you another question. I'm sorry they're all over the place, but open enrollment, when you get contracts, what happens if they break them and decide to go to another district? Is that a legal liability?
So open contracts as opposed to open enrollment, but open contracts that we're offering now is a contract. It's an employment contract. And so we would treat it as such. We are making, by signing an open contract, we're making a commitment to that incoming teacher for a position the following school year. And they are making a commitment to us to teach in the district. When I mentioned the tricky part about open contracts, that is that at the time, given the constraints, at the time we offer an open contract, we can't say it's going to be third grade at this school. Even if we know that's a vacancy, we have some internal processes that we need to go through to ensure that our current teachers who are being involuntarily surplused are placed. And then from there, we can move forward with placements of the open contract. So it's an employment contract treated like any other.
Okay, thank you. So if you're in the SCUSD program, can you actually teach and get a paycheck while you go through that program?
Are you referring to an intern program? Any intern program, that is the case, whether it's regardless of the partnership. SCUSD, Sac State, National Fortune Schools, which was Pipeline. We have one in San Joaquin. We have them from even San Diego. So any intern, that's true of any intern.
Have you had any teachers currently in the districts around our area apply to Sac City in the last month or so that you know of? Yeah. Do you know offhand what districts they are? I know this is like a scattershot question.
Yeah,
but
there's Natomas, Folsom, Cordova, Twin Rivers.
Okay.
I guess are ones that come to the collective mind.
Thank you. Why didn't Miss Wiley send that video? Was that prompted, or did she just send it as a application tool?
Well, it's part of the partnership, the UCAN partnership. So through that, there are strategic visits taking place. And Tiffany, you're welcome to speak to it more clearly. There are strategic visits taking place, and as a result of that, this came.
So we made a connection with her at a recent visit, and I asked
I've gone through my list of questions, but it's clear from seeing Miss Wiley and the experiences that I have had in doing recruitment's effort with you that you're doing a wonderful job and that there are so many wonderful teachers out there. And I encourage you to continue your efforts and work so hard to bring them in. I know that they are listening to your message and you're generating results in a very, very difficult time. Thank you.
What time is it right now, Mr.
1:55.
Behrens?
Oh.
Excuse me?
Time?
10:55.
We're going to have to suspend the rules and...
Yes,
extend
that's
this
a
meeting.
two-thirds vote, but there is a resolution you must pass tonight.
I know. That's why. No, we still have 2 board member comments.
I'll waive my comments.
Are you going to waive your comments?
No.
Okay, then I move. How long do you think we're going to need? Till.
This is just information. Why don't we do?
Is she saying she's got? Okay, I'm recommending that we suspend the rules and we go to 11:10. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Go. Member Rodriguez, go.
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments as brief as possible. And I think you all know how I feel about this. On your out-of-state recruitment, on the partnership with UCAN, I really appreciate the UCAN partnership, and I was impressed with their college fair. So much to the fact that I made some recommendations to the Steps to College Fair that I'm part of with the Cien Amigos, using some of the things that I learned at the UCAN college college fair that I went to. But my concern is that we have 38% of this district's population is Latino descent, and we only have 20% of our teachers that, or less than, actually 12%. I'm wrong. 12% of our teachers reflect that population, and we know how important it is to have a teacher in the classroom that looks like the population that they serve. So I want to encourage you to reach out to more Hispanic serving institutions, and we have a lot of them in California. Basically, I think all of our CSUs are Hispanic serving institutions. So if you need help with that, I see that you go down to San Jose, or you're willing to travel to San Jose. I know, or actually the way they want us to say is San Jose. So I want to highly encourage you to go to San Jose State, CSUMB, which is Monterey Bay, where you can find a good portion of Latino population, Santo Dominguez Hills, and you've got a great president out there at that university. So you need to start reaching out to those high Hispanic serving institution, higher learning institutions. Now with Cien Amigos, I know that we have this, which is an external group. It's a group that I have membership to, as well as a member of Royal. We've been working on a partnership with Mexico to do a student exchange program. And, that's where we can, again, have another doorway or a pathway into more diverse teachers who actually are fully bilingual in both languages. So that's another pathway that we can do. And I'm open to talking to you about that. I am now the chair of the education committee for that group. So that would be a partnership that we could explore a little bit deeper. So that's my comments on that, and anything you need help with, I'm here, and I'd like to think that you guys got 12 people because of my phenomenal speech at the teacher recruitment.
All your efforts are appreciated.
But I know it's just not me. Thank you. It's not just me. But one of my concerns that I have is my best friend studied to be a teacher a few years back. And every time I called her after the semester was over, I'm like, you're graduated yet, right? You're going to be a teacher. She's like, no. they added one more thing. And it just seems so cumbersome to become a teacher. And you go through all of these hoops in college to become a teacher. And then you come in at that time that she became a teacher, she was laid off. You know, and that's how we treat our teachers in California. You know, we need to do a better job. Everybody, not districts, but partners out there, the legislature, everyone needs to do a better job to respect the position because they're teaching our leaders of tomorrow. And it takes everybody, not just boards, and don't put the blame here because everyone has a piece of this.
Superintendent.
Thank you. I just want to make sure you gals, and you've heard it from me before, how much I appreciate what you've done. You know, you spend a lot of time putting these things together and the follow-up with all of the different candidates. So truly appreciative of the effort, thinking outside the box, really extending ourselves. And I think that I appreciate the comments that Board Member Rodriguez just made. We are focused on diversity, and we are focused, that's a part of what we're seeking when we go out. And we can obviously do a better job, but we're also looking at that and the reason for UCAN and looking at going outside of the state as well. Because it's interesting, in one of the events that I attended, it was very evident that, you know, this teacher shortage is extreme for California, but not necessarily other states are experiencing teacher shortages. So, you know, I think the more we can go out and tap into some of those states where perhaps they have surplus of teachers. And I know just even this one teacher candidate from Wiley College from Texas, willing to come out here, perhaps willing to come out here because it's California, but willing to come out here because there's a job, an opportunity for her. So thank you, ladies, for all you do. And I look forward to hearing updates on a regular basis to see how we're doing in terms of getting our positions filled before the start of the school year. Thank you.
I concur. Have a good night. Go get some rest. Okay.
Almost go get
Oh,
some
yeah.
rest.
Also, you can't go anywhere. Item 10.4, approve resolution number 2874. Intention to terminate certificate employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services.
So moved.
Do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
all I would say.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? You're done. All right. Now go home and rest.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
11.0 business and financial information reports. All this information was received. And item 12.0 future board meetings and dates right here. Same place, same time.
Hold it.
What?
You didn't move from conference to action. Look, we really need to do it right.
You are absolutely right. You guys jumped way ahead. Okay, so we.
Let's get this right.
Okay, so we have a conference to action. Got a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, and now we're in action. And
Motion to approve.
thank you. Approve. All in favor, say aye. Approved. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry, for keeping us on track. Okay, item 12.10, board meetings, March 17th and April 3rd. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Good night. We are adjourned.